When the truth is found to be lies, and all the joy within you dies. Don't you want somebody to love? Don't you need somebody to love? Wouldn't you love somebody to love? You better find somebody to love. Laura. When the garden flowers, they are dead, yes, and your mind is so full of bread. Don't you want somebody to love? Don't you need somebody to love? Wouldn't you love somebody to love? You better find somebody to love. Your eyes, I say, your eyes may look like his. Yeah, but in your head, baby, I'm afraid you don't know where it is. Don't you want somebody to love? Don't you need somebody to love? Wouldn't you love somebody to love? You better find somebody to love. Tears are running, they're all running down your dress. And your friends, baby, they treat you like a guest. Don't you want somebody to love? Don't you need somebody to love? Wouldn't you love somebody to love? You better find somebody to love.
Are you my best friend?
You are my best.
I love you so well.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Cal, I'm disappointed in you, Cal. You in particular, I'm disappointed in you, Bubby. Bubby. You're supposed to be Bubby, but maybe you're not Bubby. Hello, everybody. Hello, Zach. Hello, Puddle. Hello, Captain C. Hello, Abby. Hello, Ben. Hello, Cal. Hello, Mira. Hello, Cryptid. Hello, Cody. I was gonna do a members only today, but I noticed that nobody is live right now. Not a single soul is fucking live right now, so I'm not gonna like fuck people over, right? I'm not gonna fuck people over, especially if they don't have memberships. So let's give, if someone needs some entertainment, I'm here. Zero live people, exactly. Bot Ricks. I found true love. And here you are disowning me over it. You disowned me. You said you were leaving me. You said you hated me. You said you didn't want me anymore. Abby, what did you say? I worked another 8 hours. Weird being full-time. This is going to be like this for another 45 years. Dude, look at Abby, chat. Look at Abby. You're fucking me over. Don't worry. You'll get your bot Rex. You'll get your members only stream. I might do it on Friday and then Friday, Saturday. And then Monday. And then we'll no, wait. I can't do it Monday because that's when we're doing the, oh my goodness. That's when we're doing the 72 hours. So I'll have to do it Friday. I'll have to do it Friday and Saturday. But then we're gonna do the 72-hour stream. So I work 24 hours. Well, Dust Bunny. Well, Dust Bunny, that's quite unfortunate. That's quite unfortunate. We were in the middle of watching this yesterday. If you guys were watching it and paying attention. Is my dog gonna show up? Jesus Christ. Jesus. I was gonna play a bit on the server today too. Because there's not a lot of content. I mean, like I said, the content's really just the Cameron stuff. And Dickers has basically covered all of it. So I don't think there's anything about it that's gonna be new for any of you guys. Don't worry, Marcus. She already cut me off, just like how Jelly cut off Cameron. Oh my goodness. No, we had to move it, Ben. So I have to pick up the cats on Friday, so I can't stream on Friday. Because, like, I can't just leave the stream to go pick up cats. So I had to move it. So I had to move it to next week. But not, like, same time. So it's basically, it was the thing that we were talking about. What were the dates? Let me look at the dates. So it was either going to be 29 through 31 or 1 through 3. So we're doing 1 through 3. And I'll probably do Sunday, like, around nighttime. And then we'll end on... How many days would that be? So I'd go to 4. So we'd end up going to 4. Dust Bunny, you're raped by the U.S. government. True. True. Truth nuke. Truth nuke. Uh-oh. Stinky. Hi, Sligger. Hello, Sliggins. Hello, Mira. Hi. Hi. Hi, Mira. Hi. By the way, for the server, I'm gonna up the quality for the server. So we're gonna pay for a little bit of a better one, so there's a little less lag. Because I noticed yesterday there was some lag. Oh.
Derail in video ideas.
Thank you for the 20 Canadian, Captain C. Derail in video ideas. Thank you. Giving me some content. Look at that. Look at that. By the way, I am going to up it in the server, though, because it was laggy a bit in the server yesterday. And I was kind of like, if I open up the server to even more people later down the line, it's going to be pretty bad. So I'm gonna up it. I'm going to pay a little more.
Ban all servants of Israel. Also, I'm free to super chat EP.
What happened? Why were you not free to super chat? Puddle, thank you for the 5. What happened? Puddle's back. Puddle's back. Hello. Hello, Stunning and Brave Salamence. All servants of Israel. Well, I'm going to have to figure out who's the servant. Who serves Israel? What the fuck? Oh my god! What the fuck? He's talking about Dust Bunny. When server is lagging, restart CurseForge. Okay, I'll contact my friends and say hold off for now. Because it could have just been maybe my game. It could just be because I'm streaming and playing at the same time, so that might be why. Sorry, Dust Bunny, but you're a servant to Israel apparently, so I gotta mute you for 5 minutes. Why are they raping the kids, dude? What? What? Evil! No, the server's up. The server is up. You can play on it right now if you'd like. All hail Space King. This is evil. He's killing... Holy globulus into the young men. This looks wrong. What the fuck? This is Flash Grid's parody of Warhammer 40k. It's amazing. Dude, this is evil. This looks evil. Yeah, it's probably because you're streaming and playing it. Hasn't lagged for me, and my PC is way worse than yours. Okay. Okay, that could just be me then. Hello, Werewolf. Hi. Hi. Welcome in. And then they put them in their metal suits. What the fuck? They pumped them full of testosterone. What the fuck? What the fuck is happening? Oh, there's some that are different. Some are different than others.
How's the interrogation going? Where's the artifact?
I can barely understand that thing. I can barely understand that thing. What the hell? Jesus. That's how it works? Like, that's evil. 3 hearts and just pump them full of drugs. That's crazy.
Space King's balls. Captain.
Space King's balls.
I can't bear an important message. Turn back on your radio.
You turned our radios off?
Listen, Bryce. I don't need high command yammering in my ear while
I hate her.
I'm trying to find a goddamn artifact.
It's okay, Captain. I just made this. It'll let him speak our tongue.
You can speak our tongue now. Look it. No! Oh god. The testosterone's flowing. Whoa, whoa, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Genocide. Hold on. Hold on. Sliggins, have you seen Death of Hope? What is that? This is evil.
I've had enough. I'm gonna genocide bomb the whole planet.
There are 20 billion souls on this planet. While I know it would be kinda sweet to wipe them all out with one bomb, we could use my translator device to interrogate them all first. And find the artifact. Let's ask High Command.
You're right.
No!
I
Genocide!
guess I'll turn the radios back
In a
on.
video game. I can't say that out loud, I think, without getting maybe possibly in trouble. He's setting it off! He's setting it off!
Oh, good. You turned your radio back on. You're on the wrong planet. Yeah, actually, technically, you're supposed to be on a moon.
They've been killing innocent fish. Innocent fish people are dying.
You're in so much trouble! Not only do you have one of the worst artifact recovery rates of any reclaimer squad in the galaxy, now you're wasting precious genobombs too!
I wouldn't say it was a waste.
Quiet, hate monger, or I'll send you back to your own legion!
It's not my fault Bryce didn't read the brief like I ordered. Plus, who cares about stupid artifacts? We should be out there, cracking heads, finding Space King.
Space King.
will return to us when we've proven
Is that
our
food
worth.
shops? Hi,
It's no
Begin.
wonder Space King left. Hell, I would have left too if I had you as my sons, going around the galaxy doing nothing important.
What ails you, my son? Is that all you want from me, Space King? To retrieve artifacts? No, that's retarded. You should be out there, cracking heads.
Cracking heads.
Finding Space King. I have a deep purpose for you, my son.
That's
Otherwise, I
retarded.
would
Crack
instruct
heads and
you
find
your
artifacts.
own
Or don't find artifacts, crack
You're a good
heads.
boy, and the translator device was a really great idea. And I'll get you a castle made of hate where no one can question your statistics. You worthless piece of shit.
Rip this guy, man. What?
genocide.
What? That's so unfair!
You can't throw Geno bombs at all your problems. And seeing as the entire Star Defender Legion is deployed to the wrong planet, guess who's gonna be scouring the moon for the artifact solo?
How am I supposed to search a whole moon with just my retard squad?
I don't know. Use your brain.
Brain. Everybody remember to like the stream, by the way.
God, this sucks. Oh, there it is.
I see. Okay, Captain say.
Ow! Why is the artifact glowing like that?
Brother, that's no mere artifact. That idol is the divinity of Space King.
Space King!
It's said to contain a piece of his soul.
Maybe that could lead us to him.
It could lead us to Space King? What are we waiting for?
Brother, wait! It reeks of an alien in here.
Yeah, you're unkilled now, Dust Bunny.
We'll just kill him.
Retrieve soul, find Space King, crackheads!
Finally! I have waited millennia!
It's a woman!
Space King's soul energy is mine! Lest you meet my demands!
It's a whore!
Death to the alien!
Not so fast! Witness my power!
Whoa.
Down, you fools!
He's not phased by the boobage.
How come you didn't get transfixed by her boobs, Hatemonger?
She's an alien.
Okay, so Hatemonger's gay, which means he'll be able to avoid her.
I'm not gay. I just hate aliens.
I mean, me too. I mean, come on. You know, she's still gonna die. So, like, calm down, Hatemonger.
No, brother! She's drawing Space King's soul energy into her body. If we kill her while his soul is in her body, wouldn't that also be like killing him ourselves?
Hatemonger,
Whoa.
Are you suggesting we can't kill the alien?
Wait, you don't kill alien?
didn't want to have to blast you, little Star Defender. I just want to talk.
They're gonna rape!
Look, we all saw the raw power of her
Hi,
parents.
Benson.
I think we're just gonna have to negotiate, guys. Plus, she
Put a
does seem
long
pretty
wig
cool
on it and I might be in.
intelligent for an alien.
What? Big Aaron broke his
Jeez.
finger.
No bartering with aliens! No, here's the plan. We sever her arms. Surely Space King won't mind if we kill just a couple arms worth of him. Hatemonger, you go left. Get her back turned so Bryce and I are tricked by her back tits and can go to work. Chestnut, stay here.
I wanna go too.
Let's go! Spurs!
Chestnut, stay! Oh no!
Go back! Go back!
Maybe we do need to negotiate?
No!
Captain. I know you hate me and my innovative ideas. But I was totally right. We can't blast our way out of this one. You gotta at least see what she wants.
Tick tock, Star Defender.
He's
don't
banned
hate you,
from
Bryce.
Genobomb.
I just think you're stupid.
Oh,
But maybe not this time.
Whoa.
And maybe if I'd stop to listen and nurture that occasionally, you would be less stupider. Eventually.
Whoa.
thanks, Captain. Wait! You'll need this. It's probably the only way you'll be able to untangle her complicated emotions.
Oh my god. To figure out a woman.
Thanks, Bryce.
If only we had those in real life.
Oh, Captain, my Captain.
No. No, you gotta use the device. Guess the song, Ryan. I don't think I know that song.
Negotiate.
Your Space King drove my race to near extinction once.
Okay. Awesome.
I understand. Your kind has always been the primary food source for mine. Conflict was inevitable, but Space King pushed
Of
us
course,
back.
women are the evil.
And so, we had to switch to a nutritious diet of fruits and berries and find another dimension to live in peace. Unfortunately, I could not join my kin and have been trapped here for 3,000 years. Wait,
Oh my god, please get to the port.
I wish to be with my kin. I cannot open the portal to their dimension.
Jimbo!
Perhaps a
Hello,
few
Jimbo.
weeks to make the journey.
I can't watch an episode of a show, Ryan. That's gonna get me. That's gonna get my channel killed.
Nuts and berries are not enough to fill them. All I ask, Star Defender, is you give me a snack from your globulus, so I may replenish
snack
my
from
milk
his
and take my
globulus?
babies to be with my kin. They're the only things nutritious enough. You said you've come to negotiate. Please, it's for my children.
Why are you sick, Gamma? Why? Hello, Gamian. Showing in VC. I mean, you guys can watch
If I
it in
do
VC.
this, you'll return Space King's soul energy.
Yes,
Chestnut, give me the globulus.
But I'm supposed to protect them.
It's for Space King, Chestnut. But I guess it's your call.
It's your call, Chestnut.
Oh, thank you, Star Defender. I'm going to quickly feed the kids, and I'll be out of your hair.
He's gonna kill her! Evil!
I'm sure Space King is proud of us. There was no other way. Maybe he'll send us a Oh my god! Look out!
Chestnut! No! What do you think she ate just then? It looked like a brain. It looked like a brain. Was it a brain or something? Like an extra...
God damn it.
No, it's just Chestnut.
Polyglobule extraction initiated. Extraction complete. Polyglobule extraction initiated.
They're extracting their globulus.
Complete.
They were genetically enhanced balls, Marcus. Oh.
Polyglobule extraction in sacred membrum obstruction detected. Sacred membrum obstruction detected. To extract holy globules, place a delicate yet religious pinch around tip of sacred membrum.
No.
Oh.
Polyglobule extraction initiated.
Oh, poor Chestnut.
Extraction complete. Congratulations.
Praise be to you. All right, I guess time to head home.
Sure hope me and the boys here can find you someday, Space King.
Get over
Is this like an ad? Yeah, that's like an ad. Let's go. Wait, hold on. We have part 2 to this. I'm actually intrigued. This is Space King 2. Hello, Master Mark. Chestnut, hurry! Extract the globulus! No! He just crushed their nuts! Chestnut. Chestnut. The nuts are on his chest. Oh. He now got it. Good job, Marcus.
Space King, Lord of Hate, we thank thee for this alien, which we may provide the sacred rites of contraception.
He's back!
Man, I wish I had one of those.
Oh, do you, if you die, if you just extract the thing, you could just come back?
It is a hate mace made in the hate forges of my home planet. Planet Heaven. Only those pure of hate can wield such.
The balls can revive them. Okay, that's what I was
What
assuming.
relic are we here for again?
It's a hate mace. It's a hate mace. Mace hate. Marcus. Hi, Benson. Hi.
Himself.
Look, our high command's kind of a dick. Can we just have
How
the
can't
stupid
you get
candle?
that? Well, I got it now.
When Space King comes back, you've collected more stuff than us, and he gives you more of his attention. Nice try, Star Defender.
God. There.
We want the end with the wick on it.
You monsters!
Hatemonger killed the Techno Fiend. He should get to keep the weekend.
Well, your Medicaid crushed Grix's globules, and now he's dead. Forever. I could have the Sanctum Globulari take his medical license. Or...
No! Let Chestnut hang!
What? Not Chestnut.
Sorry, Hatemonger.
Don't let Chestnut hang. We need Chestnut. He holds the chestnuts.
Captain, do you think I could start doing more than globules? I feel like the fellas don't respect me.
Hey, Chestnut, you find any lumps while fondling my balls?
You're not a second warrior, Chestnut. You're a Medicaid.
A very bad one.
You're not frontline material.
Well, what if...
I need you back at the ship immediately. There's an emergency.
An emergency, you say? Why they treat my boy Chestnut so poorly, man? Oh God. He's British!
This is a big problem. As you can see, the son of a very important... As you can see... the son of a very important Grimlord was swept up in a recruitment drive by a prolific legion of boy traders. The Coagulators.
So?
So, that shipment of boys was meant for us. If anything bad
Yeah, they gave him to the British. They gave him to the British. They're gonna turn him British. That's fucked up.
happened to his son, it will mean retribution. I can't reach the Coagulator's high command, but I do have teleport codes to their ship. Retrieve the
Human servants? Awesome. No! The kid is Dickers. True. This is like us going on. This is like me in the chat going on an adventure to save Dickers from Babka.
You will find no globules to retrieve here, Honored Medicaid. The bugs suck all blood and organs out through the butthole, making death permanent and shameful.
Ah, okay.
The hell's going on here? We were preparing to blood drop to this planet when our pilot fell. Aliens.
That makes it even more evil, Sliggins.
What brings you to the
That's why we have to save Dickers from evil Babka.
boy you guys took during a recruitment drive? You mean a blood drive? You guys are pretty into your blood theme, huh?
Whoa! You have to use Patreon to be able to see that part.
Yes. My Stain and I make for the heart of the ship. You may join us and look for the child. I need to speak with my squad.
Oh, it's Bubby. Hi, Stormy. Oh, okay. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think we let these guys take us to a second location. They're fucking nuts. Let's just blow up that Grimoire ship and blame it on the coagulators.
Well, you know my feelings on foreign cultures.
See, foreign cultures, British.
Tolerant, of course. After all, I'm sure they hate aliens just as much as the rest of us.
We can't leave anyway. Something's stuck in the teleporter relay.
It's blood.
Chestnut, help Bryce fix the teleporter. As for the little boy...
That's how I say, little boy.
Our Legion's most adept boy snatcher. No one has a nose for little boys like him. Come, let's hunt that rascal down. No, Chestnut.
I want to be caveman Warhammer guy. The sniffer. Kupka. Yeah, true Kupka. Space Marines are weirdly progressive. Well, as you can see, there's no women around to ruin it!
Because there's no globules to save, and you'll die.
I think I want to do this.
Fine! Hey, Boger, babysit Chestnut. Me and Bryce fix the teleporter. And then we're leaving. With or without our free agent.
But you need him to collect the globules.
To fix the teleporter, you can make use of our tech specialist.
He is Chestnut. What type?
And remember, Captain, be positive.
Oh, I get it. Hell no! What the fuck? He's a blood. Oh, damn. Okay. Okay. I guess I fuck with it. So badass. Oh, he can smell him.
Seems the blood cells were breached in the crash.
Throwing up the set. On Guardian blood.
Our best bet is the lower bloodlines.
Well, wait. When I'm scared and retreating, I head to the high ground so I can see what's coming.
Stop! Why do you keep doing that?
Excellent work, Chestnut.
Humans would have ruled the galaxy if the god clones of the Emperor didn't have daddy issues.
Wow, thank you. Where does this all go?
Marcus, is the house with the no roof still yours? Sliggins, you can have it. I said you could have it.
Space King didn't die. He's just on the hate march.
He died and was reborn, and now is walking the blood trail.
I suppose you could make a blood trail from a hate march.
Oh. Oh, he's like a little puppy.
It's him. It's actually him.
Hey, little guy. I'm gonna keep you safe. You want to go see your dad? Okay, let's go.
Dude, Chestnut's so awesome. Oh. Chestnut, you... Wow. Oh, okay. Oh. Oh.
Chestnut, can I talk to you? What just happened was a tragedy, but you can't beat yourself up over it.
True.
Huh? You're not mad? Are you sure you're not mad?
Oh, positive. There is never a reason to be negative.
No wonder they hate Chestnut.
Timing.
Never a reason to be negative. This card
He closed it on the sniffer. You gotta get out of here. Yeah, you gotta get out of here. What? They have an ad for Globulos. Is that I gotta look this up. I gotta look at this up. Oh, it's not. Globulos. It's just like ball particles in your cereal.
Crunchy skulls and globulary marshmallows.
Wait, isn't Hatemonger gay?
No, Mom. He just hates aliens.
True.
That's right, and so can you.
Hey, Mongo.
Because every pack of globulos contains a free hate-based keychain, a limited hate manga hoodie, and an exclusive law print.
Whoa, special edition. I feel more intolerant already.
Globulos, my hateful way to start the day.
Was this like a special thing these guys did? This is so awesome.
Packaged in a collector's item Globulos cereal box. Cereal not included.
Cereal not included. Oh, okay.
We will take the blood vessel across the bloodstream. The Blood Chapel of Space King.
Space King. The Space King.
He's alive! Ha! Fuck you, Hatemonger! Over here! I got you!
He's alive. God.
Shit!
You gotta go grab him. Just gotta. Hey, he's still alive though. He's still alive. You got this. You got this, Chestnut.
I know it's not ideal to have no limbs, but you still have a face.
Don't.
Which means you can face stuff head on. We have to
Be positive.
This motherfucker.
Chestnut, no! But the mission! You think the Grim Lord will see what you've done and not retaliate? No more of our brothers need to die for this.
Hi, Kanga.
Leave him.
Don't worry, Chestnut. He looks good as new. I think he's saying thank you.
We lost 4 men for nothing. How have these aliens burrowed so deep?
Dude, it's awesome. He's like a little robot now.
What? A house? And how is it only now they just kill your pilot and crash your ship?
What's the DNA thing in the roofless house? That's that little machine in there? That's for fossils.
The hive is usually docile. They're just agitated from the crash. Plus, they help keep too much coagulated blood from building up in the ship.
The aliens. Help? What of duty? What of hate?
The coagulators believe there is more to life than hate.
You're saying that to the wrong brother.
I hate them.
Why aren't you in your dialysis machine? We're meant to be purifying our blood.
Shut up, you fool. They're heretics.
You know what, Haymonger? You're a bully.
Yes.
Did I look at your community tab? I thought we did yesterday.
What?
40k on Marcus? 40k on Marcus? What does that mean?
Hold your limp cock in my hand while I retrieve your
Oh, yeah. 40k on Marcus, yes.
Become a joke.
Collect your trophy, Medicaid. We're leaving.
Oh, Hater, that's dope. Hater, that's dope.
You've taken back. I've decided I could serve Space King better with the coagulators.
What?
I knew you were weak, Chestnut.
What?
Fall in with extremists.
To fall in with extremists. And they're just people who get along with the aliens. Chestnut, you gotta come to terms. You gotta get with Fearmonger.
To join our mission, one must engage in our most sacred and secretive ritual. First, I will cut my hand. Then, you will cut your hand. Then...
Cool, like Blood Brothers?
Who told you of this?
Oh, I think it's...
Never mind. We will find the leaky valve in our legion later.
Wow!
He has to consume the blood.
Almost.
Chestnut, don't fall for it, Chestnut. We hate aliens. We hate aliens. You need to kill aliens.
Chestnut, this brood mother drank the blood of Space King.
Mother? It's a woman!
Link to him. If we help her, when we die, she sends us to him to walk the blood trail.
No! No!
Hatemonger chose to be negative. You can choose to be positive.
He threw out the gang sign first. Chestnut, you gotta fight it. You gotta fight it, Chestnut. What's going? I'll show you in a second, Puffy. We got donated to watch this awesome stuff.
Was right. I really am just fucking useless.
Poor little weak Chestnut. So desperate for acceptance, you would turn your back on Space King for alien lovers.
Alien lovers, Chestnut. Why would you ever do that?
I submit.
No!
Nothing else I can do.
Chestnut, no! Yeah! Chestnut! Yes! What? Hell yeah! Get him, Chestnut!
Sorry.
He didn't even fight back. Kill it! Yes!
Yes! Now let's talk about the galactic financial system. Mace Traitor.
We need to save Fearmonger.
It is holding. He needs a host.
No! Hold on! In the slow turn, looks at the kid.
See, the problem is the electronics are all gunked up with blood.
So much self-hatred. Yeah, I realize that now.
What the hell happened? Chestnut, after careful consideration,
Hi, Remy. Hi.
I've decided it was actually really cool how you
Rent.
killed all the coagulators in cold blood. So, I hereby promote you to honorary Psycho Warrior.
Wow. You beat it?
Yep. And to celebrate, I'm gonna let you blow up the Grim Lord's ship.
Do it! Do it, Chestnut!
Oh, gee, that's okay.
Coagulators, please tell me if oh shit, do it, Chestnut. Now, Chestnut.
I really don't.
Do it now.
Do it, Chestnut.
It just didn't. It doesn't even exist anymore. It's just.
Praise be to Space King!
He just lost his kid. Kill him! Hold on, is this?
Brothers, welcome to another hate-monger sermon. Today's sermon is about maintaining integrity in the face of temptation. An example, just last week we received communications from an unnamed network of aliens.
Praise be to Space King! Praise be to Space King! Kill all innocents! Well, not kill all innocents. Kill all aliens. Sorry, not innocents. Fuck the aliens! I want them dead!
Wanting to own everything we have of Space King in exchange for wild riches. Now, how might we respond to this hate mace? We punish them. Yes, we punish them with a hate mace enema.
Hate Mace Enema? Wait. Hold on. I hate aliens. Oh, just hear me out for a second. Maybe we don't. Give him a hate Mace Enema. No lube. Oh, no grease. Stink fuck no grease. As it should be.
The weak would consider the price, but what of the cost? The cost to our souls, the cost of the unnamed network of aliens turning Space King fake and gay.
Come on. Space King doesn't just have to be for the boys. Space King could be for everyone.
It's for the boys. Space King's for the fucking boys.
Emails to the network of them receiving the hate mace enema to show them Space King is not for sale.
He just hates aliens. He does.
As you. Also, if you think I'm joking, I'm not. We will send a gift to them every single time.
No!
There's only 7 days remaining in this lunch drop.
He really gave him an enema. Steam happy. Steam happy. Girls ruin hobbies. It's for the boys. It's for the boys. Look at this. I actually fuck with this. This is pretty cool. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. I fuck with that. We might have to like alternate. It's a pretty cool fucking thumbnail. I might have to resize it though, because I don't know if this is the correct size for a thumbnail, but we'll have to see. I'll have to have Hater send it to me physically. That was fucking awesome, dude. That was so awesome. Space King is so cool. What the hell? I fuck with Space King. It's so cool. And he's not gay. He just hates aliens. Bottoms up, no grease. Bottoms up, no grease. This is a reference to Netflix offering to buy the show, but they pretty much told them to fuck off. Wait, really? Netflix tried to buy their show and turn it into a thing?
Video to decide what Space Marine Legion Marcus is in.
Oh, okay. Thank you for the 10. Yeah, we can check this out.
One day, a god decides it's time to bring humanity back into the stars and creates giant superhuman soldiers in a basement on Terra that would be known as Space Marines. The 20 legions of these super soldiers will struggle with their identities, their purpose, their faith, and ultimately each other. And each of these legions is unique in ways you wouldn't believe. So, welcome to our breakdown of the 20 legions of the Adeptus Astartes from Warhammer 40k.
How many are there?
We might as well start at number 1. The first Legion Astartes is also coincidentally one of the most celebrated despite their habit of secrecy. Often tasked with some of the most
I don't know
important and
Warhammer,
high-profile
so
missions, the Dark
probably
Angels
not.
enjoyed much of the spotlight during the Great Crusade. Their first recorded deployment was
I'm
the
learning
defense
about
of the
Warhammer
Imperial
now.
Palace during the Palace coup attempt during the Unification Wars. Many of the first legionnaires of what would eventually become the Dark Angels were used to experiment fighting styles and organizational techniques to be used in the other legions. This led to an air of superiority that hung over the first in every encounter with their fellow legions, leading to the unofficial nickname, the Uncrowned Princes. Many First Legion warriors started taking names of epic heroes
You
from
can,
Terran
Herbie, if
myth
you want
as they
it.
slowly started believing their own hype. However, this led
There
them
are
to start
20
believing that there
legions.
was nothing
After the Inquisition gets here, there are 18 legions.
Oh, so 2 of them are gone completely? Thank you for the 5 Canadian, Captain C. Warhammer is based, even if you just listen to the stories. I wouldn't mind getting into listening to some of the stories. It seems pretty fucking fun. And each legion has several chapters.
they could learn from the rest of the Imperium or even their brother Space Marines. And so, by the time their
Blood
Primarch
for the
Lionel
Blood God,
Johnson
skulls
was
for the
found,
Skull
the
Throne.
first was a legion of secretive and superior traditionalists ruled by a circle
Play
of
Space Marine 1 and
pseudo-nobility
2.
called hosts. Oddly, the prideful leaders of the Legion did not at first enjoy the presence of their Primarch like other legions did, and it took quite a few duels for the Lion to beat some sense
much time
into
you
this
have?
group of Astartes.
Well, we're gonna get through this one. If I get derailed for an hour by Herbie, I'm gonna be honest with you, we're probably not gonna get to this video until tomorrow, because we're gonna just do Warhammer learning all day. I'm just gonna be doing learning 40k, Warhammer 40k learning today.
Unfortunately, this feeling of bitterness and wounded pride became a festering undercurrent of heresy that came to a head when Horus attacked the Imperium. The legionnaires that had still shown resistance to the Lion and his new tactics had been sent to guard their home world of Caliban and were very upset about the perceived slight against their honor.
Okay,
In a
not
final
enough.
act of rebellion, these Marines would become the Fallen, turned against the Imperium, forcing the Lion to destroy most of Caliban
Over
and fighting his
140k
former
books?
best
Holy
friend
shit.
Luther. Heavily wounded, the Primarch slept for over 10 millennia until waking up during the Indomitus Crusade. Currently, the Dark Angels are one of the strongest Space Marine chapters, working in concert with their successor chapters better than any other legion, all while hunting down what remains of their fallen brothers in secret. That's weird. All it says here is Error 404, Legion not found. Well, on to the next one, I guess. A legion diminished by the near total loss of its gene seed. the
Emperor's
chil-
Children. Also, we have this apparently. What is this? Is this like how the legions work? Daunt's Horus Hearsay Timeline.
There are 20 legions. After the Inquisition gets here, there are 18 legions.
Thank you, TTS, for reminding me. Thank you for the 20, Herbie. Thank you for the 20, Herbie. Holy shit. I'm probably about 1,000 hours into lore breakdowns and audiobooks. Holy shit. Dude, Mira doesn't even understand a word that... She doesn't understand a single thing that's happening here. Is prequel stuff? Okay, it's prequel stuff. It's 30K. Oh, okay. There is only war. He must put a white cloak upon his soul that he might climb down into the filth to fight, yet may he die a saint. The worst fate in 40K. Hey, Astro John, what's up? The Horror of Chaos birth.
So for today, I wanted to follow on from the last thing we covered, which was birth in the Imperium. While we could undoubtedly elaborate a little further on the other races, there is one area that cannot be ignored or forgotten. Now, be forewarned as well, this is right up there as one of the absolutely most fucked up things in 40K. Some may find the description
That's all right, Astro John.
and unpleasant. If you're uncomfortable hearing horrific details of the most abhorrent entities in the galaxy of 40K, this one might be a pass. However, that's very likely none of you. But
You need to read the Horus Hearsay to understand why it's so fucked up? Okay, well, I don't... okay. This is just a branch? Is this not like what I'm... So this is like all war. This is all war? This is all war.
Said my piece. So
He's
now I can
absolutely
learn
right when he says
about
fucked up.
The Demonculaba. And of course,
Okay.
this relates to chaos. And you might think to yourself, why would chaos need birthing in the first place? Demons and their odd entities are made from...
Well, this
the
was donated by
Imperial
Herbie,
Chaos Space Marines
Captain
are
C.
the unholy children of the Emperor, now doomed to eternal existence within the warp unless they're crusading into real space. Their lives extended well beyond already ordinary mortality, yet still able to be obliterated from existence when facing glorious warriors of the Imperium. Chaos cultists are usually just parodies of humanity, but still human in all the ways that count, and for some of the time anyway, until things just start to get really weird. So where and who and why is birth necessary within Chaos? Well, it's complicated. And by the way, the blame of such horrors as the Demonculaba lay at the feet of the failings of the Imperial Fists chapter Astartes. Worth keeping that one in mind, because this is all connected with the world of Hydra Caudatus that you will recall I covered in my recent worst defeats of the Imperium. This is in part why it was such a failing, because its post-battle consequences are beyond most mortal comprehension. You see, the issues surrounding what occurs within the Chaos Legions is complicated.
Luton is a good Lord Master? Are you referring to the guy who created the video? The Imperial Fist literally just build fortifications.
Is not especially capable of keeping track of all things the traitors are up to in their horrific non-reality. Beyond that, it's fairly specific depending on who you're talking about, and I'm going to again gloss over a few things here, but you'll get the core idea. So Chaos Marines vary in how they would have been affected by Chaos. Some have given themselves over entirely to one sect or god of Chaos. Examples of this would be the Death Guard and Nurgle, or the Thousand Sons Rubric Marines of Tzeentch, the World Eater Berserkers of Khorne, and the Slaaneshi Marines of the Emperor's Children. Now, all of these legions were affected differently, but as I haven't covered these in detail yet, this is why I say I'll gloss over it. Suffice to say though, most of you will know that Death Guard Marines are horribly bloated. They're literally walking piles of corpse flesh, disease, and foul corruption.
That's disgusting. That's disgusting. That's gross. Look at that fucking disgusting little beast. Are lore masters just people who like they like know the lore deeply and can explain it? Like, is that kind of what, like, lore masters are people that kind of like explain the lore to people, like through what, videos, YouTube, whatnot? Is that what lore master is referencing? Each legion in their chapters are good at something. Yes, basically. Oh, okay.
Well-constructed mortal marine as you could get. Similarly, the rubric marines of the Thousand Suns, their armor is essentially sealed and all that's left inside of them is dust. They're animated by sorcerers, so again, not much is happening in terms of gene seed. But as I say, it is specific for the rubric marines because of their nature. They are in many ways closer to the warp, and so it's believed that if they're killed in battle and their armor is collected and resealed, then their spirits are somehow able to be relinked via rituals to guide them from the warp back to their armor. To explain this in detail, we have to rake through the history of the Thousand Suns, but the abridged version is that the Thousand Suns never had a stable gene seed to begin with. When they arrived at their new Chaos homeworld in the Eye of Terror, their mutational tendencies took hold like nothing they'd ever seen before, and in an attempt to stop this...
Everyone interested in this has a rad score of 199. Problem? I liked the thing we watched earlier. I liked the thing, the demon. What is it called? Space King. I like Space King. That video was cool. Now I'm interested. All right, I'm interested.
To stop and reverse this. Unfortunately, it only partially worked. It secured and even empowered some of the competent and more powerful sorcerers, but for the rest of the less psychically familiar marines, it all but destroyed them, sealing their armor and turning their physical selves into dust. The Thousand Suns are one of the more decimated legions and few in number because of this whole affair and for some other reasons as well. But because of this, they're far less likely to be able to easily repopulate their legion. However, it's conceivable that they could recruit new marines by turning the loyalists traitor, and then these marines may be more stable than the Thousand Suns originally were, or Tzeentch could forcibly ravage their form too. The Thousand Suns also draw powerful psychers.
Insert call. Okay, Sliggins is here.
Hi, Marcus.
Hi, Sliggins.
I'm going to explain some stuff to you while I'm eating tacos.
Oh, you have tacos.
Homemade tacos.
Oh, you made them by yourself.
My belly.
Oh, is it getting big?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I've had 4 already. Anyways, share your screen. Share your screen. You know what to do, buddy.
All right. I think this is the right screen, is it? Yeah, this is the right screen.
Oh, no, I'm just kidding. Anyways, you can press play, and I can explain things to you.
Okay.
Other Chaos Legions and amalgamate them into their ranks. They may even use cultists who show some promise, converting them into aspiring sorcerers. They're often destroyed in the process, but some will make it
The
through.
Thousand Suns have a tragic backstory.
He was just talking
Very
about the Thousand Suns. He said that they're very lowly populated and that there's not many of them left.
Oh, yeah, there weren't. And then they got tricked into serving Tzeentch.
What's
yeah,
a
they got
Tzeentch?
fucked over.
What's a Tzeentch?
He's the fuck. He's one of the Chaos Gods. One of the 4 Chaos Gods.
Is he evil? Is he bad?
Uh-huh.
Oh.
If anything, he's probably like one of the most evil ones besides Slaanesh.
Warriors. The point is, though, that many of the Marines closely affiliated with the Chaos Gods have a difficult time acquiring new Marines.
Don't listen to Sliggins. He's a disciple of Lorgar.
Hey.
I don't know what that means, but they're all like...
Fuck Lorgar.
I like how, like, do all of these, like, these things, all the legions, they kind of like hate each other kind of thing? Do some of them are some of them like okay with each other while some are like they hate each other?
Yeah, some of them are okay with each other while some of them like get into fights all the time, like the Imperial Fists and the Iron Hands. They really didn't like each other because one invades like fortifications, is like really good at invading fortifications or like siege warfare or whatever, and the other ones are really good at building fortifications.
Oh, so they don't like it when they take down their fortifications.
Yeah, basically. Yeah.
Thank you for being a member for 3 months, Abby. It's been 3 months. Wow, we're like BFFs or something. We love Slunny. Tell Sliggins to go live. He never does. Black people, am I right? I'm glad you guys have the same special interest. Autism is okay.
Okay, dude. But yeah, each legion has fuck, what are they called, dude? I'm like too busy munching on this taco to remember. Fuck. They each have a leader, and basically each leader, like the gene seed is taken from them to make more. Fuck, what are they called? Somebody will probably answer in chat. I completely forgot what they're called. Like the Ultramarines, their leader is Rabute Gilliman. The Imperial Fists, their leader is Rogel Dorn. Yada yada. Primarch, that's it. It's called a Primarch.
Primarch.
Yes.
Primarch.
Uh-huh.
In stock. It's not to say that they cannot do it. Usually they will achieve the creation of new base marines by stealing gene seed from loyalist chapters. They'll use this uncorrupted gene seed to form the new marines before later twisting them to better fit with their new affiliations. Another occurrence can be loyalist chapters who venture into the warp and they themselves
I
can
did
then
see the
discover
cockpit
that
mirror.
they have become somehow horribly mutated as the strange workings within the warp discover.
Kick Sliggins and bring in Nate. I love Nate, he's old and goal.
All right. Thank you for the $5, Abby. Sliggins, he's probably just like munching on his taco and he's just like, what the fuck? He's like, what the fuck? What the fuck? I'm waiting in the cave for Nate. I'm waiting in the cave for Nate. That's what I'm doing. I'm waiting in the cave. So we continue our lore. So we can continue our lore. Our epic and awesome lore. Kick Sliggins and bring in Nate. I love Nate. He's old and cool. Nate can't be that old. Nate can't be that old, right? There's no way Nate's that old. There's no way a Nate is that old, bro. I'm waiting. I'm waiting. Bad things are going to happen to you. I have to find the cave on my phone, not a boomer. Nate is cool. Me and all my homies love Karn. Your cave is locked? Yeah, you have to go in the abyss. So you go in the abyss and then I drag you in. That's how it works. Hello, Nate. I'm going to share my screen to you, Nate. I'm going to share it to you so that you can hear what's happening, so you can better explain it to me.
I'm paying the two little icons. So, I'm on my phone. I don't know if I got to click a button. So, I don't know anything about this video, but I can give you like a quick breakdown.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Give me a
40K to help you understand.
Yeah,
because
give
I
me a
came in from a
breakdown.
complete normie. All right, so it's basically this universe, but like way in the future. Okay, and there's one guy called the Emperor of Man. He's an immortal. There are other immortals, supposedly do cool shit. Some of them have special powers, and the Emperor of Man is basically all powerful. And as humanity got more and more technologically advanced, they started getting pretty crazy and doing all kinds of crazy shit with machines and AI. Like AI basically tried to destroy all life, and it damn near wiped humanity out. But in the background, completely separate from humans, there are these other races of aliens. They're called Xenos, and essentially almost all of them are batshit insane.
Okay. Well, I hate aliens. I want them dead anyway, so.
Yeah. So like, for example, the Eldar, they live forever. They're attached to the warp. The warp is like, it's this parallel universe where nothing has form. It's all basically pure ideas, right? So like, as you believe in it, it can become reality. And as many people believe in something, it gains power in the warp and becomes real. All right. So, and then if it happens for long enough, these things basically become gods that try to manifest this belief over and over and over again. So they reference Khorne, right? This is the god of war and murder and shit like this. So when people do shit with a bunch of hatred, they kill a bunch of people. This gives this idea of power in the warp. It makes this god more powerful. He influences the world, so more people do this, blah, 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 blah. Right? So the Eldar live forever, did all kinds of shit, right? All kinds of cool shit. They could tap into the warp, basically use magic. And eventually they got so good at everything that they decided they were just going to lay around and get drugged up and fuck each other all day.
What the fuck?
Yep. This is what happened. And they did this for so long, and they made this so much belief that they birthed a new chaos god of just absolute debauchery.
It's like disgusting and freakish.
Well, kind of. It's also beautiful and seductive, right? Like anything that'll make people do debaucherous shit, right? But like it'll start off with like a strip club, right? And then it'll turn the strip club into an orgy. And then everybody's humping dead corpses in a pile of feces, right? Like it just gets more, like it just takes everything and it gets more and more and more and more and more and crazier and crazier and crazier, right? So the reason that all Xenos have to die is because they bring in chaos people, basically. So the elves birthed this weird, crazy god, right? And that basically ruptured part of the universe. And so this Emperor of Man guy, immortal, all powerful, he's like, well, this fucking sucks. So he used his all powerful thing to basically steal the ideas of some of this magic from the gods and creates these perfect human Primarchs that are essentially like little versions of him. And he builds each one of them to be really good at certain things. So like the First Legion is really good at building up defenses, as the guy said. They build fortifications, but also it's in their nature to be very orderly, make sure everything is in its perfect place. They're very rigid people. Right. And so like their personalities mirror the thing that they're good at. And so they go on this conquest of the galaxy, fucking everything up, killing everybody. And then Horus, who was essentially like the lesser version of the Emperor, like he was a little bit good at everything, right? He gets corrupted through various means, no spoilers, because this is 30K, not 40K, so it doesn't count as a spoiler. So he basically turns half the legions against the Emperor. And so now you've got all these fucking super soldiers running around fucking shit up. They're all fucking each other up. And basically, right as they're getting ready to conquer the whole galaxy, the entire Empire of Man basically collapses again. They have no idea how to build the shit. They have no idea how to do anything. Like, they have no idea how to advance, right? Like, advancing is basically heresy. So they're just locked in this forever war against all these space marines, these super space marines that have been corrupted by chaos, which is kind of what you're listening to, or humans corrupted by chaos. Basically, every alien wants to fuck up the humans, right? Like, or they're crazy ass Eldar that, birthed the chaos god of fornication, right? So, and also I guess there's this weird bug race that just eats everything and turns it into a goo called the Hive.
Yuck.
They're pretty crazy. So it's basically an entire universe where everything will kill you or corrupt you into this gibbering, disease-riddled
freak,
poo fucking murderous know-it-all, right? And so
Herbie said Horus was stabbed with a poop knife.
The only answer to this is obviously space Nazism. And that's essentially what 40K is. And it is awesome.
So it's kind of like just constantly like fighting against this like chaos is kind of what it is.
Against chaos, against
Like
Eldar
each other?
that are kidnapping people to eat their souls, against giant bugs that turn you into goo to feed their ships, against orcs who are basically fungus who grow in caves and then kill each other, but then want to bot like the more of them that get in one place, the smarter they get. So because they're innately tied to chaos. So
And then these legions were created by. I want to make sure I'm hearing this
Emperor.
correctly. Yeah, by the Emperor, the big
Yeah.
the guy that can't die.
The big space guy. Yeah.
Okay,
So
okay.
He gets injured by Horus in this giant climactic fight. So he's sitting on this. It's called the Golden Throne. I don't know if he's pooping. He's been pooping for like 10,000 years. But I guess it is like this giant lighthouse, so people can travel through the warp. That's like their light speed or whatever, right? So right, like so the orcs, right? So they'll fight orcs. Orcs are dumb. They're really dumb. They start off having these they hit people with like sticks and rocks, right? But the more of them you get together, the smarter they get, right? And because they're attached to chaos in some weird way, they have this idea where if they paint their ships red, they fly faster. And because they're attached to the warp, when they paint their ships red, they do fly faster. If it's not like an orc piloting it, I guess their ships just like they don't actually work. It's
What?
all powered by chaos. Yeah. So like this idea of heresy in 40K, right? Like if you go to the Broodmother, like in Space King, right? In 40K, if you do that, you will be corrupted in ways where you will like suffer for like 10,000 years in this endless warp of fuckery. Like everything just ends up in fuckery. That's where everything ends up.
That's
it's
evil.
absolutely
That's
wild.
fucked up.
Yeah. The entire world is evil, and the only cure is space Nazism. Right?
Wow.
Like that. It's the space Nazis are the good guys in 40K.
So essentially, right, the only way to kind of avoid this like evil fucked up world is to just be like what you're part of a legion, you have to just fight against it kind of thing. You just have to constantly fight.
The legions were basically completely decimated when they all fought each other. So there's not that many of them, right?
I see.
And after that, they made this fucking rule where you can't have more than 1,000 Space Marines in a single group, so that you don't have another rebellion. But there are a bunch of rebellions, because otherwise there'd be no fucking story. But so like now they have chapters that are all based off the legions. They all go back to the same Primarch. So there were 20 Primarchs. Lorgar, the one I mentioned earlier, he was super religious. It's really ironic. So what the Emperor wanted to do is he wanted to build a world of perfect science, because if everybody was completely rational, there would be no belief. If there was no belief, then the Chaos Gods would have no power, and then there would be no disease god or blood god or poop fucking god. I can't remember what the Legion is, but like the story of the corruption of Fulgrim's Legion. I can't remember who it is. Maybe someone in Shadowstay. I don't have it open, right? But like there was an artist that was there to like they had these remembrances during the Horus Heresy, and they were supposed to paint murals and send it back to Terra, which is Earth, and show everybody what to do. And they got so corrupted by Slaanesh that they just covered themselves in the wall in blood and poop. That was their art. Like it was that. I'm not exaggerating.
That's fucking crazy.
I'm not saying this for a fact. Like, this is what happened. So yeah. So like he said, okay, well the way I will fight this is we will become absolutely atheists. No one will believe in anything, right? Like, so this all-powerful person who knows that the God exists, trick people into believing there's no such thing as the gods. So when his son Horus finds out that there are gods, he loses his shit and rebels, right? Lorgar always believed that the Emperor was a god, and the Emperor's like, no, we can't have belief. right? Because if you believe in something enough, a chaos version of it becomes a god, right?
Okay.
So now in 40K, it's like the opposite. Everybody believes in the God Emperor of mankind, because and everybody has to believe this, otherwise you're a heretic that like just gets absolutely killed by the Inquisition. Who jumped in?
I think it was. Oh, it's
Speaking of gods, the orcs have two gods called Grork and Mork or something like that. And they're more powerful than the Chaos Gods, but they're like too busy fighting each other all the time. And the Chaos Gods want nothing to do with them. They just allow them to rampage through their realms and just leave them alone. It's the funniest fucking thing ever. The orcs are awesome. Dude.
If you were ever to get rid of it and there were only to be one orc boss, then they would just keep getting more and more powerful until they just destroy everything. But eventually, because they like all they want to do is fight the next strongest thing they can find. They don't care about anything other than fighting.
They just love to fight.
So,
it's awesome.
Yeah. What's some other cool shit? The Deathcore Krieg is fucking awesome.
I sent in videos that break down their
They
religion in a
nuke
stream-friendly
themselves
way.
to kill
It's
other
by Ricky
heretics,
and he delivers
and then
things very
had
well. That's
100
funny.
years of war in a
Extremely
nuclear
recommend.
wasteland, and now they're just these absolute fucking badasses that go, and if you don't send them into fights that are going to
just
get
normal
a number of
humans.
them.
Thank you, Captain C,
Yeah,
for the $10. By
Send
the
them
way,
into fights that are going to kill many of
I'll
them.
check those videos
because
out
they
as well.
believe in the cult of sacrifice, where the best thing they can do is sacrifice their life for the emperor. They will shoot their officers and kill them because they're being cowards and too unwilling to sacrifice in the name of the emperor, who wanted absolute atheism and no belief to fight the chaos gods. And they're so zealous in their support of the emperor that they cannot be corrupted by chaos. It's absolutely crazy. Like it's a completely crazy fucking thing. I feel like there's something I'm fucking.
You're missing the beginning.
Yeah.
You're missing the beginning with the space lizard guys. I forgot what they're named, and the
Catan. The
Catan.
And the Catan,
no, it was Catan,
and the
which is
other.
the old ones. I think they're called the old ones.
Yeah, the old ones. They were fighting the Catan, who were basically giant space vampires that suck life energy out. So the old ones are thought to have made the Eldar, who were able to use the warp
And the
to do
orcs.
magic.
And the webway.
And the orcs, right. So they're the ones that created all these people. But when they left and the Catan kind of went into hibernation or whatever, their creations were basically just fucking the universe up because they were just unleashing chaos in all kinds of weird ways. Like the orcs are too stupid to believe in anything other than fighting. So that's why their gods are always fighting, and that's why they don't get corrupted by chaos. Like it's about belief. Like if you believe something in 40K, it becomes real because of chaos.
Oh.
But yeah, who's the? Do you know whose Legion Fulgrim is? Sligan?
The Emperor's Children.
The Emperor's Children. That's right. That's right. So like, Marcus, just look up a video. If you want something crazy, look up a video about the fall of the Emperor's Children. Any video will do if it just touches the highlights. And then I'll bow out. But basically, you got the Emperor. He's an immortal space wizard that's all powerful. He witnesses the downfall of man and the creation of this god. He decides to make the universe atheist, conquers the universe. His son finds out that there are gods. Half of his superhuman sons rebel, breaks the new empire, and you've just got a bunch of bureaucrats running around trying to hold it on together as basically everything in the universe wants to kill everything else. And that is the setting of 40K.
Fuck. That's a lot.
All right.
I want to make sure I'm.
I think somebody donated for you to watch 2 videos breaking down the legions for you.
Yeah, he has 2 videos in that video ideas. We might be able. I might have to unironically. We have so much videos to watch of 40K that I might have to do it tomorrow as well.
Marcus, it's gonna. I'm not gonna lie. It's gonna take you like years just to figure out everything. I'm not even gonna lie. There's so much.
I found out about
over
it.
$60 for the Horus Heresy alone, dude. It's crazy.
Yeah, that's how I found out. I found out a lore breakdown of one of the Horus Heresy books, and I'm like, that's kind of cool. And then I listened to it, and I got to drive 11 hours a day, so I listened to 11 hours of it straight. I'm like, okay, well, this is a fucking rabbit hole. I'm all the way in here now. And
welcome to autism, space racism, autism.
well, what else have I got to do? Like what
True, yeah.
Stop driving. so I listened to 11 hours of this, and then I think 1 month I went coast to coast.
Thanks,
coast,
buttfucker.
coast. So I went back and forth 4 times, and so it's just huge drive days. And I mean, I probably listened to 500 hours, just breakdown after breakdown after
Welcome
breakdown.
to middle school. You're gonna be tired. You're gonna wish you were still in elementary school.
You can go as deep as you want to, but if you are only going to watch one thing to figure out how crazy 40K is, The Fall of the Emperor's Children is the one thing to watch. Because
let me make sure I'm following this correctly, though.
Else.
The Emperor's Children is like that god's kids, right? Which is are they the ones that created?
Every legion is like children of the Primarchs, and the Primarchs are the children of the Emperor.
So the way it's not really children. So like what he did was
okay. Okay.
So what the Emperor did was, because he's this all-powerful immortal character, right? And we don't really know what that fucking means. They don't really ever describe it. It's a Deus ex machina. But this guy's born special, and so what he did in his like all-time living is he studies cloning. So he has some of the technology from when humanity first conquered the whole universe, or the galaxy at least. And he's got these cloning facilities, but he wants them to be even more impressive. He wants them to be able to do some of what he can do, but like he can't clone the immortal part of him. Like he doesn't know why he's born special. He goes.
Sorry. At first, he makes the Thunder Warriors, which are basically like before the Space Marines. They were like the failed Space Marines, but he used them to take
they go
over the
insane.
Earth. He started off with the Earth.
So
and
he
then
puts
eventually
he puts a
spread out.
little bit of himself into these clones.
Yeah, each
which creates
kinda.
Okay.
So, but when the Thunder Children don't work, he finds like a portal to the realms of the Chaos Gods, and he goes there and he fucking in ways that I don't remember how he makes a deal with them to get the information he needs to create the Primarchs. Right, and he creates this genetic seed, and then from the genetic seed from each one of the 20 Primarchs, he makes their legions. So the Primarchs are directly part of him and part of this chaos thing, right? And each Space Marine is part of the Primarch in that leads their legions.
Yep.
And so like all their gene seeds that mutate them into these giant fuck off things that are like, that's why all the Space Marines are so huge, because they're like 2.5 times the size of a normal human.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's also why all the Space Marines were originally men. It had something to do with the
well, they
with
are
the
all
hormone
men,
changes.
except for
Well, now the Sisters of Battle, but now they went back on that. So like I don't know if anybody is like retroactively going to I don't know. Like I'm not that tied into it. I just know that it's been a thing that people have been talking about for like the last couple years. But so there's these giant fuck off dudes in these huge power armor suits, and they're mutated to be like they can learn from their enemies by eating their enemies, like Space Marines can. So
Hater
like
says hi, Nate.
Hater says hi. Hi, Hater. I should look at chat or not. I probably sound like an idiot.
They're just kind of like explaining things
forgot
with
about the
you.
Custodes, and then we forgot about the Custodes, which
Well,
are
the Custodes are like the ones that are the closest to the Emperor, but they were made off of his gene seed directly, I think.
yeah. Same with that other
the Grey Knights.
the Grey Knights. Yeah.
Yeah, so you got the super soldiers and the super soldiers, and then now because they need to sell more toys, you've got the Primaris Marines, which are the super duper super soldiers.
What?
Yeah, it was just normal Space Marines, and then they made the Primaris Marines, which are an upgraded version of the Space Marines, and then the Custodes are like worth like 10 of those. So, dude, yeah,
Yeah.
There's levels to it.
But essentially, to understand the universe and why everything is so dark and crazy, you just have to understand that chaos is like this force that gains power off belief, right? So, like, if you believe, for example, that kicking your feet 3 times before you run will make you run faster, and enough people begin to believe that in the chaos realm, a spirit will form that makes that into reality. And then the more people that believe that, the stronger that spirit will become, right? So, like, the 4 primary chaos gods are like pestilence, and
war,
knowledge and secrets, and war, and then, like I said, the debauchery one, where it's Slanesh, the elves
lots
that
of
were
sex, gay poop sex,
and drugs,
poop sex,
right? And you know, like, I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings, but that is the only trans chaos god in existence. And as far as I know, the only trans character in all of 40K.
Yeah, sometimes Slanesh appears as a woman, sometimes it's a man. You know, it depends on who's like looking at him.
Yes. So when you said is it ugly or attractive, it's like, well, it depends. How crazy are you, right? Like, the crazier you get, the weirder your fetishes get. The weirder your fetishes get, the crazier Slanesh looks, right?
Yeah,
because it's like heroin. Every chaos god is like heroin. It's trying to drag you deeper and deeper into crazy.
So wait,
because the
those
crazier
gods,
you get, the more powerful.
Those gods kind of like form themselves into what you want them to look like to draw you in more. Is kind of what it is, or
no,
or
only
that one
Slanesh.
Only Slanesh. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, not only Slanesh. Not only Slanesh. All of them do, right? But, like, it's weird. It, rather than thinking of intent, think more of inertia, right? Like, so when something happens that is going to empower a chaos god, right? The chaos god can enter through that, right? So, like, Slanesh does that through drugs and sex and stuff like that, but Tzeentch does it through knowledge, right? Like, Magnus, the Primarch of the Thousand Sons, they all were born defective, right? Because they were all able to use magic, right? And magic was viewed as bad because magic comes from the warp. The warp is where the chaos gods are, right? But they all wanted to prove that magic could be used for good. And so the Primarch, who was second most powerful in magic only to the Emperor, who also had magic, right? The Primarch thought that he could control the entities that he met in the warp. And so it gave him knowledge, which he used to get more knowledge, But he could never know everything. So Tzeentch tricked him. And when he tried to warn the Emperor that Horus was getting ready to rebel,
Lex, we got to hear from a few
he
derails.
moved through the warp to do so and broke a portal open in the Emperor's laboratory. So the Emperor had to sit there and fight off an endless horde of demons, which is what allowed Horus to rebel in the first place, right? So, like, he used knowledge that Magnus wanted to help the Emperor fight chaos, to make chaos enter into, right? Like, anything that comes from chaos is fruit of the poison tree, basically. Like, it's just looking in to get in there and fucking spread its stink.
Yep.
It's just easier to see. It's just easier to see that with sex, right? But, like, with disease, it's like, oh, you can be healthier and healthier. Well, how do you get healthy? Well, if you have all the diseases already, you have all the antibodies, right? Like, and this is how, what's that fat guy? What's the fat guy's name?
Nurgle.
Nurgle. Yes, Nurgle.
Big Nurgle.
Right.
Unironically,
Papa
serving Big Papa Nurgle. Basically, unironically, he's like, if you join Chaos, he's probably like the best god to do it because he actually loves all of his like demons and children.
Well,
like,
that's the trick of it. how does he love them? By covering them with boils and pustules that
Yeah.
hurt and are in pain
Zeke-
forever. But
if
you
you try to
cannot
follow
die
Zeke,
because because
Yeah.
they're all filled with disgusting. They're all filled with disgusting diseases and stuff like that. It's like, look, if you don't ever have to worry about STDs if you already have herpes syphilis.
Yeah.
That's the love that Papa Nurgle
Oh,
gives
you,
you.
oh, you wanna join my ranks? Here, have some AIDS. Here you go.
Yeah. Who cares about syphilis if you've already got AIDS, right? Like,
Yeah,
I love
yeah.
you.
I love you, but here's some
So,
AIDS.
So it's fun. It's a lot to get into, even if you have no interest in ever buying the action figures or playing the games. You like each video on its own, as long as you got a good person doing it, can be fun, right? Like, and I'm telling you, watch The Downfall of the Emperor's Children; it'll blow your fucking mind. But I'll probably hop. Sliggins can take you the rest of the way. But thanks for having me on.
Yeah, of course. Thank you, Nate.
That
was fun.
I gotta go
Later.
too. I'm gonna eat tacos and catch Pokemon.
That's
on
all
the
right. I
server.
can bring Encrypted here, and he can explain something.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Hey, Cryptid.
Hey.
So do you have something to explain to me here?
Yeah, he did a pretty good job at explaining things, but I just wanted to expand on it a little bit.
Okay.
So he explained the old ones, but the beginning of 40K starts with the War in Heaven, and that was when the old ones created all the races. They created the Krorks, which devolved into the Orcs. They created the Eldar, and they pretty much made all of the known primordial races.
Okay.
There was a race called the Necron Tier that were pissed off at the old ones because the old ones weren't answering any of their prayers, and they basically left them on a planet that was just bathing them in radiation. So the Necron Tier made a deal with the Catan, which were, he said they were space vampires and they feed off of stars. So they teamed up to try to kill the old ones, and they started a whole war that basically ravaged the entire galaxy. And the Eldar were fucking around in the warp, and that really messed up what the old ones had going on. And the Necrons got tricked into becoming basically robot Terminators.
Oh, what the hell? This isn't like, I know this isn't the same thing as Warhammer, but that's kind of, is it similar to like Helldivers, like the robot things that you have to fight in that? Is it kind of like that?
Somewhat, yeah. They're more like soulless kind of Terminators, you know what I mean? If you look up their art, they kind of look like robot skeletons.
Okay, let me see.
What
is it? What are they called?
Yeah, they
again?
got Necrons.
Necrons? Oh yeah, Necrons. Let's see.
Yeah, they were tricked into turning into these things.
I see now. Okay.
Yeah, and so the Necrons rose up against the old ones, and the old ones were either all killed out or they fled the galaxy. And so nobody knows if they're still around or if they fucked off and went to another galaxy or not, or if they fled into the warp.
Oh, the Necrons? Like they just like...
No, the old ones.
Oh, the old ones.
The Necrons are still around. The Necrons basically murdered everything, and they did a victory lap around the galaxy and realized, well, everything's dead, so we're going to go to sleep for a while and wait for more things to come back and live. And they now exist in these things called tomb worlds.
I was gonna say the old ones, so essentially they're probably like, at least to the human eye, they're extinct, or to our, like everyone in this world's eye, they're extinct.
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay.
The odds of them surviving and being around is very low. It's hinted at some of them may have ran off and fucked off onto a galaxy, and they may have created the Tyranids, but that's all speculation. That's all fans just like drawing their own conclusions.
And the old ones, I want to make sure I'm getting this right. The old ones are like these, they're like species that existed previously before much of this happened, essentially, or...
Yeah, they were like the first ones around.
Okay.
And they kind of look like frog lizards. We don't have any official art on them, but people have drawn fan art of them, and they kind of look like giant lizard frog things.
Kind of like dinosaurs. But like
Pretty much, yeah. If you look up Warhammer Fantasy and you look up the Slann, that's what everybody thinks the old ones look like.
The Slann?
Yeah. Slaan.
Okay. Oh, why are they like fat little grubs? Is that did I look up the right thing?
I'm not sure. They look more like frogs. The Slann
Yeah,
look
it
more
looks like a frog, like a big fat frog.
Yeah, that's what everybody thinks the old ones would probably most look like.
Okay. Okay. All right. So if I'm getting this, wait, does it go by different Ks? Like someone was saying 30K, that's something like that's 30K. But is 40K like
30K
current
is
time?
we're I think in the year 43,000 right now, if I remember correctly. But yeah, 30K is just the year 30,000. That's where
the K's come from.
That's what kicked off the current timeline.
Okay. So, but currently we're in 40K is what you're saying. We're in.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I didn't even know I didn't even know it existed at like 10K, 20K, 30K. So eventually it's going to become 50?
If the lore keeps going on long enough, yeah, they'll eventually have to advance it and we'll probably hit to 50K.
Okay.
But from what I'm seeing right now in the current era in Indomitus, everything is so fucked up, we might not get to that point. Like, it is 2 minutes to midnight and everything is pushing on the minute hand to midnight and trying to just end
currently
it.
Right now it is so fucked, the world is so fucked that is it kind of like imploding on itself almost?
Pretty much, yeah. There's this thing called the Eye of Terror, which is basically a gateway to hell. It's the gateway to the realm of chaos, and that thing has ripped open. It is like a giant scar across the entire galaxy, and there's just demons running rampant, just fucking everything up.
Okay. Yeah, you can come in, Captain C, if you want.
Yeah, that was a whole book of itself. It was called The Gathering Storm, and what happened was there was a fortress world called Cadia, which was basically kind of minding the fence, and one of the big bads, Abaddon, he drove a giant fortress called the Black Fortress straight into it, and blew the planet up. And when that happened, the Eye of Terror ripped across the galaxy, and now just everything is completely fucked.
Okay, that's evil.
Oh yeah, very evil.
It's where the sex god was born. It caused the rip.
Pretty much.
Okay. But as they said earlier, so these legions, they kind of like barely exist right now. Is that kind of like what we're at right now?
No, they've built up kind of. What happened is after the Horus Heresy, the Primarch of the Ultramarines, his name is Rabute Gilliman, he created the Codex Astartes, which is basically the big book of war, and he ordered that all of the legions were to break up and become 1,000 strong, so that way no one legion could be powerful enough to basically cause a Horus Heresy too.
So that's what they were talking about earlier when they were saying like the legions can only get up to about 1,000.
Yeah, they're supposed to get to 1,000 and keep their fighting force around 1,000, and then they have successor chapters.
Okay. Also, I'm gonna drag Captain C in. Hello, Captain C. Okay, but right now they're currently. So the situation is that they fight these like people who are what I would say like more like corrupted by this chaos.
Chaos, yeah.
Okay.
They're just called Chaos Space Marines.
Okay, but the chaos comes from like these people indulging in these things, or is it more like the chaos kind of infects people kind of thing?
A little bit of both. Chaos corrupts, absolutely.
Kind of like circular, it like makes it so that it's a repeating loop kind of thing. Kind of like you think of chaos as like amplifying an addiction you have kind of thing.
Okay, yeah, like how they were talking about earlier about like the strongest gods are like the ones that people indulge in like the most.
Yeah, there's the four major chaos gods, and then there's a bunch of little minor deities running around. Like there's Vashtor the Archithane, he's kind of like a minor demigod right now, and he wants to become a chaos god.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but And the crazy part is that no one's even sure if that even happened. Like, there's no precedent for that.
Okay. So just right now though, or like this video I'm watching right now, the one that we were gonna watch, this Chaos Daemon Kalaba, is this just a war between like?
No, the Daemon Kulaba is how the Chaos Space Marines create other Marines, because the way you create a Space Marine is you need to use the gene seed from a Primarch, and the Chaos Marines have been kind of cut off from that technology. So they basically kill Marines, steal their gene seed, and then use this crazy ass demon contraption to make more Chaos Space Marines.
Okay.
But yeah, the Daemon Kulaba is one of the most fucked up things in Warhammer 40k.
It's actually very disturbing.
Okay. So it's just basically, this whole thing is just the process of how they take these what are they called again? Sorry, what are they called again? The Space Marines. They take the Space Marine gene seed and use it to
evil Space Marines.
Okay.
It's how they make evil Space Marines.
Yeah, gene seed is basically like the blueprint DNA of a Primarch, and it lets you create more Space Marines.
Do not look up the contraption. It's vile.
Yeah, the official... I don't know if there's any official art for the Daemon Kulaba, but the fan art, oh my god.
Fan art is more than enough. It really is.
I can't remember. There's a book that talks about the Daemon Kulaba and an Iron Warriors warband. I can't remember what the book is called, but it's pretty fucked.
I think it's probably one of the Emperor Children books, I think.
No, it's Uriel Ventress's book, I believe. It's the one where Uriel...
Oh, is it?
I believe so, yeah.
Oh, okay.
What is this thing?
No, Marcus, don't look at it.
Tell him about Chaos Titans.
Well, that's the thing. Like, I came in, I wanted to talk to you about this stuff, Marcus, but I don't want to like
spoil.
I don't know, give you a bunch. No, okay, that's actually a good point. I'm gonna get on you right now. There's no such thing as a spoiler in 40k. You can, and anyone, and the rest of you can fight me on that if you want, but there's no such thing as a spoiler in 40k.
Okay.
I found the book. It's called Dead Sky, Black Sun. It's actually a really good book.
Think big, violent bellies. No, yeah, I see that. No, I can see that. Yeah, it's a this thing. It's got like a ginormous belly on it.
Yeah, it's pretty vile.
And it's like gross. It's like a gross looking.
You should see what Nurgle looks like.
Nurgle.
Yeah, basically the TLDR on the Daemon Kulaba is they capture human slaves, pump them full of mostly women. It's usually women because they pump them full of chemicals and nutrients to make them bloat and become gigantic, and then they cram the gene seed inside of them, and the Chaos Space Marine grows and bursts out of these people.
Oh, and that's how it's created?
Yeah, it's pretty.
That's what I was gonna ask. Is do like women exist in this world, right? Like it's not.
Okay,
yeah, women exist.
Women are everywhere. It's just they can't be Space Marines. Like the Emperor's own genetic process can't be used on women.
Yeah, the gene seed is just incompatible with the female anatomy, and it just kills them. Like they've tried, but the women just die when they try to go undergo the transformation process.
That being said, the Sisters of Battle are probably the most badass out of the non-like augmented humans kind of thing, because they're unmodified women just going out there in some crazy armor.
Oh, it's just straight up regular women fighting.
Yeah, they're nuns with guns. They're crazy ass zealots. They believe the Emperor is a god. They follow him with like absolute zealotry to the point where they want to die in battle for the Emperor.
Here's a fun
thing. They see it as an honor.
think you know the drop pod from Helldivers?
Yeah.
Their version of that is a church.
Their version of
a drop pod is a church.
Oh, okay.
They will
Yeah,
drop a church from orbit as a drop pod, and they will
the
have
battles-
blasting holy music of their hymns playing to give them extra power from their belief.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they have church organs on the back of their tanks, and they have a Titan that fights with them that has a church on its back. And when it drops into battle, it plays a war horn, and then you hear the church bells, and then organ music, and there'll be sisters inside of there giving a fucking sermon to the Emperor while this Titan is just running around blowing everything up.
Marcus, do me a favor. Look up a picture of an Emperor-class Titan right now for me.
Emperor class Titan.
Show the chat the picture.
40.
Yeah, it basically has a cathedral on its back, and I mean, like, it's not like a little church; it's like a literal cathedral.
Oh, dude, it's like,
huge.
oh, yeah, okay, so it's like an unironic, like, ginormous church.
It's a
It's
literal
basically a
walking
walking,
It's a
walking
walking
church with guns.
Yeah.
It's literally a walking church.
And this is what they use. So these sisters use
There's-
this.
Well, see, that's the thing here. Can I explain Titans a little bit, Cryptid? Is that okay with you?
Yeah.
Okay, so Titans are basically like your standard mech, but there's a twist to them. There's this. So think of the AI that kind of helps you run a mech in other games, Marcus.
Okay.
Except for this one, it's called a machine spirit, and it's like kind of self-aware, so it's has its own will kind of thing. So for someone to pilot this, the main dude that's like controlling the main output of the Titan, he has to like do a whole mental mind game with the Titan itself and like subdue it. Think of like trying to break a horse so you can like ride it kind of thing. Like I have to
Okay.
plug himself into it to do that. But
It's a
once
whole
it-
ritual.
Yeah, once it's under your control though, like the Titan, the guy, his like body becomes the Titan kind of thing. So if he wants to walk, his Titan's legs will move. But the point is, the Emperor ones are the biggest ones. Like, there's stories about one that you could see from orbit. It was so big. They're like this 150-meter odd tall, and you can like stuff a bunch of Space Marines in their legs. Unironically, they do that.
Okay.
Yeah, the Space Marines will have their tanks called Rhinos. They'll have them inside the feet. That's how big these fucking things are, and they'll just deploy them out of the feet for fire support.
And the way these things and the way the Titans function is through like a soul, like you said, like
Yeah,
the
basically
actual
like all of-
god.
It's like a partner. Well, see that.
Think Pacific Rim. You know how they
Yeah,
had to
I was
like
about to say
become
that,
part of the.
Okay.
They're working.
Yeah, there's
with
a whole
spirit
ritual. They have to
side
pray
of
to it.
Okay.
Yeah, and he doesn't mean metaphorically pray. He means quite literally get on your knees and like put your hands together, kind of thing.
It's like a whole sermon. There will be a bunch of tech priests with
So you
incense.
have to basically just like
You have to appease it. You have to like
you pray to it, you appease to it, and
it.
it'll function.
Like,
the whole thing will.
The
like,
reason
work.
why that those Titans have a giant church on its back, Marcus, is because that's to appease the spirit of the Titan. So they can feel like
okay.
gratified kind of thing. They perform like to get that thing up and moving. They have like a whole holy mass inside of it, like chanting and holy oil, incense, and all that kind of stuff, just to like appease to the spirit inside of it, so it'll even allow them to use it, kind of thing.
Okay. Okay. God damn, this is a lot.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
it's
See, that's- see,
it's 35 years of lore, so there's a
why-
lot.
See, this is like this lets me bring that up. I sent you 2 videos from a fellow called Bricky. These 2 videos he made, they're very stream friendly, funny and engaging kind of thing. If you want to go down this route, he's gonna explain every individual faction in the whole like universe and briefly like summarize what each one is and their deal and their background, and it'll like lay the whole foundation for you.
Okay. Well, I should give Herbie what he wants though. I don't want to scam Herbie here. I'm gonna let him.
Don't scam Herbie. I'm just saying if you want to actually.
No. We can definitely check him out for sure.
I'm just saying if you want to actually get into it and do it properly, you should watch that because it'll give you like everything you need, like a base ground level.
Okay. You're sitting there with a nosebleed. Hey, listen, I'm just trying to take in the information, okay? You'd have an easier time learning Gundam lore than Warhammer
Okay,
lore.
yes. All right. Yes, Master Mark, but this is more appealing. To the
Yeah, but this
mass.
is like we could do this as a community. We could do this. We're
Yeah,
doing this
we're going
already
on
as a
a-
community.
We're going on an adventure.
It's an adventure.
Plus, this is gonna teach me the evil, hateful belly. I kind of want to learn about the evil, hateful belly.
There are lots of hateful bellies in this, and they all are very large and rotund.
I love that. Poop orgies. What?
Some of them are stinky.
Oh, ew.
Some of them, yeah, some of them are a bit pussy too.
Oh.
Sores.
Oh.
Maybe an extra.
Oh, and I wanted to expand a little on Slanesh. Slanesh isn't just like sex and drugs. It's pretty much any excess. So like whatever you do, if you do it like to your absolute best, it appeases Slanesh.
Like, think about the enjoyment you get from eating your absolute favorite food when you have the chance, kind of thing. Think about like that kind of an enjoyment for just something as mundane as that, but then like
Or the-
amplify to the absolute extreme of that. Whatever
Or the
that.
pride you'd feel from like being the absolute best swordsman.
Oh, so is it like
Basically,
is
like
it kind of like
pride
the
excess.
idea of is it like the idea of overdoing it kind of thing? Like is
Yeah,
it
Slanesh
Pretty
is
much.
the god of excess.
okay?
It's whatever you indulge in to the extreme. The absolute.
So like you can indulge in fun things, but let's say you get like it's more like when you get addicted to something, you just keep doing it over and over and over
Here,
again.
I'll give you
Pretty
an
much.
I'll give you an analogy to explain it. Think about listening to your favorite song, but eventually it's just not loud enough for you. You need it louder, so you get it so loud that it ruptures your ears, but you still want it louder and louder. So you just like start opening your ears up more, maybe carving them out a bit with knives and stuff, just so you can hear it better and louder and louder and louder, like that kind of thing.
This Slanesh person seems very evil.
It's like it's
They are
never
very
enough.
evil.
It's never enough is the idea. You always
Oh,
want
okay.
more, kind of thing.
That's where the whole,
Yeah.
you know, the sex, the whole it gets even worse. It just gets
Exactly.
poop.
Pretty much. Even food starts to become dull because the way Slanesh tempts you is like it'll tempt you with your favorite thing. So say you really like to eat, Slanesh will bring you like the tastiest things in the galaxy, and then you have tasted the finest foods. So everything else starts to become dull and doesn't taste as good.
Then you have to like
so you
seek
have to
other
like
things. You have to like seek
you have to
things that you
keep
never-
chasing that dragon basically.
Yeah, think about like eating your favorite, like your a perfect steak. But eventually, the steak just isn't doing it. Maybe you need it like from right from the source. So you start killing cows, eating them, but then that's not good enough. So you just move on to something that would appeal you better. Maybe you start eating people. Maybe you start eating whatever.
Is that kind of so like when you start doing that, does that mean that you're kind of like infected by that chaos, right? So is that
Basically, yeah.
what it? Okay.
Corrupted, yeah.
Okay.
Chaos corrupts absolutely. It's why the Imperium is like so hell-bent on rooting out any sort of chaos. Because even just the thought of chaos can eventually attract it and cause a chaos cult.
The question ultimately is if chaos even is feasibly beatable. There's a giant question mark, even if that can even happen.
Is there any like way, has anybody ever defeated like an entire kind of like one of these
Okay, here,
things?
let me
is
jump
that
in
something
on-
that's ever
Here, let me jump
The
in on
Chaos
that.
Gods, no, they are like absolutes. They are
Well,
like
think of them like think of the Chaos Gods as like facts of nature kind of thing. Trying to defeat
Okay.
a Chaos God is like trying to defeat a tornado.
Oh, it's just something that happens. You can't like stop it from existing.
To in a sense, they're a force of nature, but the Chaos Gods themselves, they draw from such the most powerful emotion of like sentience that they've manifested into a self-actualized being kind of thing. Like Korn is the god of violence and blood and rage.
So you're kind of so these guys are
and
stuck in
so
a
much of that.
perpetual. These guys are like
Yeah,
stuck
for
in a
each of the
perpetual
four
fight.
Chaos Gods,
pretty much. You'd
four
have to
Chaos
like
Gods are always trying to defeat each other, but they are never strong enough to beat one another. So they're always like stuck fighting each other forever, kind of thing. So each
when
one
one
is trying to
Chaos
get
God
one
gets
up,
too uppity, the other ones will step in and fuck them up.
Oh,
and then they'll go back to fight each other again until another one gets a bit too strong. Then the other three will get together and take them down, and then recycle. forever.
Okay. That's kind of awesome, but also fucked up. That's evil. That's like fucked up. So it's a perpetual, just constant depressing
It's pretty much
world.
a game to them. It's literally called the Great Game because it's just the 4 Chaos Gods just infinitely fucking with each other.
This will blow your mind, Marcus. Like in the scope of the Chaos Gods, the amount that they like are consciously focusing on humans and like the Milky Way is like they're barely paying attention to it. They really could give less of a shit. They're focused. Most of their power is focused on just fighting each other. So the extent of their strength that we like see in the lore is just a tiny piece of it because most of their strength is just fighting the other Chaos God.
Okay.
So only a tiny piece is actually affecting what we see on the ground, kind of thing.
Okay.
We actually just saw that recently in the lore. Nurgle was coming to fuck everything up, and
Nurgle's big and fat. I saw a picture of him. He's big and chunky.
Yeah, it was called the Plague Wars, and it actually just happened a couple of years ago in the lore. And basically the idea, it was basically Nurgle brought like all of his forces. He brought Mortarion, his Daemon Primarch, and he brought his like favorite demons, and just started wrecking shit. And he was getting a little too powerful to the point where Khorne stepped in, and Khorne was like, "Oh hell no," and started fucking everything up.
Huh.
Yeah, like you see that. So I want to explain, like, at least from my stance, like my concept of 40K, just so you understand what it actually looks like. Think of 40K as like a gigantic puzzle, information puzzle kind of thing. Like all the information you need is all out there. You just gotta know where to look for it and where to find it. So there's no such thing as like a spoiler, because like telling you about the Horus Heresy, that would be considered a gigantic spoiler because it's a giant climax of part of the story kind of thing. So wherever you kind of personally want to start and dig into, it doesn't really matter because it'll lead you to everything else eventually.
Like it's all just connected. It's all just connected in.
I can't explain a single thing in 40K to you without referencing something else.
Okay.
Yeah, that's kind of why the Horus Heresy books, there's really like there is a flowchart where you can follow it, but you can pretty much just jump in at any book because each book kind of explains what each Primarch was doing. Like the first Heretic was about Lorgar.
Spin the wheel and just pick a book from the wheel spin and start there, and you would be just as valid for starting there as anywhere else.
Okay.
Yeah, it all leads up to the same point. It leads up to the end and the death. That's where the Chaos Primarchs try to siege Earth, and it's like the final battle with the Emperor.
Huh.
Yeah. It's an ongoing story still, the whole of 40K. It's not like concluded or anything like that. But and there's still stuff happening. It's not like over by any means.
Okay.
Yeah, me personally, I started with the Horus Heresy with the first Heretic and the Lorgar and the Word Bearers, and that was pretty cool because I realized when I read the book with Magnus, it led into it referenced his story as well. There's a part where Lorgar talks with Magnus on his planet, and when you read Magnus's book, you get to see it from his perspective.
And then there's all the stuff happening with Belisarius Cawl and his plans for the Great Rift that he's been finally telling us about in his latest story. What was that? Genefather? Is that Genefather?
I can't remember. I'm bad at remembering names of books. I always got to Google it.
By the way, chat, don't worry. I am reading your chats. I think
it was a great work because
what happened with Spinal, by the way? Let me know.
I thought Genefather was about the Primaris.
Yeah, Genefather was about the Primaris Marine. The great work was about Cawl and what he plans on doing. I love that character. He's my favorite.
It is pretty dope.
Oh my goodness. Well,
yeah,
I'm gonna let you. It's all right. It's a lot, but you know what?
Yeah, it's
you know what's
so
even
much.
you know what's even
scratch
funnier?
The surface.
we live like right next to this Warhammer 40K store.
So just ask them a general question and see what happens.
They have books there. They can point you in the right direction.
Yeah, we literally live
Like,
right next to one, and my
ask-
wife was like, "I want to get into it, kinda."
Well, if she wants to, then I would just tell her like just go into the store and like find someone there and ask them like ask them just tell me about 40K and just see what the response is they give. Let's go like, well, where do you want me to start and how much time do you have?
Yeah, most people in the hobby are friendly, but you might end up running into some neckbeard that'll push his glasses up and be like, "This is him." Just tell that guy to fuck off. Most people I know are friendly. I've only ran into a few neckbeards that they just want to get into like a battle of wits with you and a battle of lore and like challenge your knowledge. And those guys can go fuck themselves. But usually Warhammer store managers are pretty friendly.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna watch this video, all right? I'm gonna watch this video, learn about the Daemon Kulaba, and then I'm gonna pick...
Daemon Kulaba.
Yeah, Daemon Kulaba, and then I'm gonna learn about the legions. I think
Definitely.
that's the move.
I'm interested in seeing what faction you would be interested in playing, not just Legion, because there's different factions. Like, you can play as the Eldar, you can play as the Orcs.
Okay. Yeah, I'll definitely have to check out those two videos that Captain C sent, and then we're checking out these two today, because these are the derailed videos that I gotta finish.
Definitely. I can also drop you some more lore videos about the other races and how they fit into the grander scheme.
What I sent you, Marcus, is every faction, not just not every Legion is every faction.
Yeah, there's the two videos here, and then this one's the Legions. So the
Yeah,
Space Marine
those
Legions.
ones. Yeah, your foundation videos, as I call them.
Okay.
Yeah, this is the kind of stuff that got me into 40K. I actually was reading and researching the lore for almost like 10 years before I ever picked up a model.
Orc is
Like, that's what
loaded.
dropped me down the rabbit hole.
Marcus
I'm
gives
just down
me
the lore.
Orc
I haven't
player.
touched any of it, any of the physical stuff.
What's this?
But okay,
clip?
we'll let you go, then, Marcus, and let you get back to entertain and stream.
Thank you. Thank you.
The
Thank you
last
guys
thing
for
I wanted to
explaining
say,
things.
definitely, but the last thing I wanted to say is when you get into the World Eaters, let me hop back in because those guys those are my boys. Like Angron is one of my favorite characters. His story is tragic but so compelling.
He's so angry though. So angry.
Well, I mean, it's in his name, Angron. His nickname is Angry Ron. It's in the name.
Ron, so angry.
He's very angry. Like they literally removed part of his brain just so he can be angrier.
Yeah, he was vibing too good and said like, no, this ain't it. Stick some nails in me and see what happens.
Yeah, he was on a slave planet and he was a gladiator and they told him to kill somebody and he was like, nah, me and him are just vibing, bro. So they drugged his ass and removed part of his brain and put a thing into his head that just makes him fucking angry all the time.
We have a masochist on our hands.
He's angry because he's not angry enough most of the time.
Oh, I could be so much angry right now. That makes me angry.
Sad part is I'm not even kidding.
That's literally pretty much him. It's just like he's mad because he can't be madder.
That's awesome.
Yeah, he's so angry. Like you can like people around him feel it, and they feel a sense of dread because he's just so pissed off.
He's literally the guy that you would see in the morning. It's like, oh, morning, Angron. Fuck you.
Fuck you. I don't want to fucking talk to you. Fuck you.
Pretty much. But he wasn't always that way. That's why I don't want to spoil too much because I think you'll like his story. It's very tragic, but I find it compelling.
Hey, Cryptid, before we go, do you want to see if Marcus is going to be gay for Sanguinius? I bet you he is.
For who?
I mean, Sanguinius, the Primarch of the Blood Angels, he's...
How do you spell
Look up
it?
a picture.
Yeah, part of his whole thing is he's gorgeous. Like, everybody sees him, and they're actually, like, start to calm down because he's just so beautiful.
How do you spell it?
It's sounded out. Saginus. Sanguinius.
If you just type in Sangui, it should autocomplete the rest.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, look up a picture of him. The artwork he has done of himself.
Oh, he's like Butters.
Actually,
pretty much.
Yeah, wow, that's surprisingly accurate. Yeah, show the chat so they can compare it.
It's kind of like Butters a little bit. If Butters grew out his hair, you know, if Butters like grew out his hair.
You know, Sanguinius just mogs everybody.
He is the most beautiful Primarch.
Let's see. Is this guy like a god kinda?
Oh,
he's one of the Primarchs.
Oh, okay.
He's dead.
Oh,
Show Riru though. I want to know what Riru thinks of this.
she probably doesn't think he's attractive, actually.
Riru, what do you think of Sanguinius?
He's not that hot. He's literally just like a blonde. He's just blonde and white. I mean, like, I guess that's what people love, huh?
Well, it's actually part of his lore that artwork and sculptures of him cannot capture his like true beauty in real life.
okay.
Yeah. The people who see him in real life, like you are actually like overcome. Like people who first see him, they're like they get like shocked. They like become paralyzed for a second when they see him because they're just like, holy shit, oh no, he's hot.
Just a meh.
My wife said, "Meh, let's go." Oh, not in the wands.
Oh, I wonder out of the 18 Primarchs, which one?
Now, wife, tell me if you like this one. Hold up. Let me see. Now, what do you think of this one? Huh? Yeah? Yeah?
I like how the tags for Sanguinius there, though, at the top said beautiful. There's some Asmongold Nurgle fan art. I see that there.
Now what do you think?
Look how happy he is.
Prince Charming off face. True, he is like Prince Charming. That's like him, Prince Charming. It's like what he looks like, Prince Charming. Awesome.
But yeah, it's a whole rabbit hole. I could also explain more.
Oh hell yeah, she likes
to you later.
Nurgle. She likes Nurgle.
She crazy.
She loves Nurgle.
Show her Mortarion.
How do you spell that?
He's Mortarin, I believe.
Oh, okay. It just
That's
pops up.
he's the demon Primarch of Nurgle.
What the fuck is this?
He's like Nurgle's representative kind of for champion.
Is he like a little? Why is he so gross looking? He's like a bug creature thing.
Moth.
A moth.
Like that. That's part of his motif.
He's so colorful.
Well, I mean, he's part of Nurgle. Nurgle's about like disease and death and rot and rebirth.
I see. Does he have a? I can't even tell where his face is.
I think if you Google art, because it's gonna bring up the model, because most people are wanting to buy the model.
Oh, okay. There we go. That's better. That's better.
And then you could look up him pre-heresy to see what he looks like before he became Stinky Demon.
Is it this thing? This normal looking human guy thing?
Yeah.
That's what he used to look like, and then he turned into a freak? Why'd he turn into such a freak? That's fucked up.
Because he fell to chaos.
Whatever, dude.
Nurgle gave him an offer he couldn't refuse, and so he was like, fine, I'm gonna follow you.
Whatever, dude. That's awful, dude. That's fucked up, dude. Look, now he's evil and gross.
All right, well, bye, Marcus.
Bye. Bye, Captain Sid.
Yeah, we'll watch the videos, and if you have any questions, just pull me back in. I'm definitely a lore whore. I've been into this shit for like 15 years.
We love you, Marcus.
I love you guys too. I love everybody.
Love you, Marcus.
Bye.
Bye.
What is this clip?
Large and rotund.
I love that. Poop orgies. What?
Large and rotund.
I love that. Poop orgies. Fuck yeah, poop orgies. Poop orgies, dude. There's so much lore. There's so much lore that I'm learning today.
For the flaws within their own gene seed. Such base-level corruption has left multiple successor chapters facing the horrific conclusion that they have little choice to either destroy themselves or join the darkness. How much of that decision is through whispered coaxing on the winds of the warp is difficult to say. Nurgle Plague Marines, it's been said, do use their gene seed no matter how mutated and use this to convert new prospective Marines, presumably because they are already so distorted and abhorrent beyond all imagination, so it makes
Big
it a lot
rotund
odd
belly.
to inject
Big belly. Okay.
to the poor new aspirants. It's an uncomfortable thought to even go down the road of thinking what horrors an aspirant of the Death Guard would go through. It was bad enough before they turned to Chaos, having to drink foul poisons along with typical Space Marine testing, but to join the Nurgle Death Guard, that would be a hard pass from me. When the traitor Chaos Legions were chased into the Eye of Terror, they left behind a lot more than their honour and reputations, indeed their souls. The traitor Marine Legions had not really planned for failure. Horus's crusade had led them down a path that seemed to lead to...
It almost feels like this chaos stuff is like hell almost, right? Like giving into temptations and stuff, right? Like isn't that it kind of reminds me of like Dante's Inferno, almost like that.
Inevitable victory. So the prospect of not being able to locate material for or creating new Marines just had not occurred to them. Now granted, the Chaos Marines retained their Legion's size, even if many of them were decimated as they fled to the Eye of Terror, and so by the end of it, they still had many thousands of Marines. But
It's
over the millennia,
3K
it's
hell.
inevitable that losses would be felt.
I see.
The problem facing them was how to replenish their forces, along with the fact that their gene seed had been corrupted by the warp and the gods, so producing stable new Marines was extremely problematic, if not impossible. A continuing tried and tested formula for acquiring new Marines for the Chaos Forces is still recruitment from loyalist Space Marines. While the heresy...
There's Warhammer is cool, but there's people like Counterpoints who make it gay and cringe. Counterpoints. Who's Counterpoints? Is Counterpoints... Counterpoints. Is that just like, do they just explain it retardedly or get really retarded about it? Is that kind of what it is? Are do they make it kind of like it seems like is it like a political thing? Is that like what it is? They make it into like some weird political thing?
has been over 4 millennia, this does not stop bands of renegade Marines.
Counterpoints was defending Destiny after he did his revenge porn shit. Oh! The one that... Counterpoints is the guy who went on call with Mrau, right? Counterpoints is the guy that went on call with Mrau. Whoa, it's coming full fucking circle. Yeah, it's this guy. Yeah, it's this guy. I know that guy. Counterpoints is the guy from the Queeman Vor art. What? Counterpoint sucks and I hate him. Yeah, he's the one who asked Mrau, like, do you have, like, how old are you? What's your occupation? I have a better job than you and I have a wife and everything, so I'm more I'm more experienced. I understand the world better than you, buddy. That was
joining with the Chaos Forces. Their views on the operation of Astartes in the Imperium slowly twisted over many years. Some feel no loyalty to the Emperor or to their brothers whatsoever, and so are content to serve only their own needs. Over time, this almost inevitably leads to them turning to the darkness of Chaos in one way or another. Some survivors.
Yes, Queeman, do you think you could rape me IRL?
Lastly, sometimes the traitors succeed in stealing genetic material known as gene seed from pure loyalists. Examples of this would be the Imperial Fist's defense collapsing on Hydra Caudatus, where their stockpile of gene seed was pillaged. Chaos Marines can use this in different ways. Fabius Bile, a very famous Chaos Marine, a bizarre dark biologist and genetic engineer, is said to have...
Wait, did he say that like as a... I'm thinking about that more now. Did he say that as like an own? Like, you wouldn't be able to rape me in real life kind of thing? Like, did he say it like that? Kind of like in a way that it sounds like you wouldn't be able to rape me IRL. That is fucking funny as shit though. I mean, you can't lie, all right? That's kind of funny. Is that an invitation? Why don't you come over here and fuck me, Queeman? Rape me. Queeman, I would eat you, IRL. Queeman, you better not show up to my house, buddy. I'd fucking eat you. True, Zach, true. I need.
Secrets of Astartes and even Primarch engineering. How much truth there is to such claims remains unsubstantiated, yet this theft of uncorrupted genetic material leads us into the segue for our main topic. For what many agree is the very worst and most abhorrent fate that exists in the 41st millennium, the Demonculaba. We only get glimpses of what awaits the poor human souls captured by chaos or stranded on worlds within the Eye of Terror. Nearly always, it's nothing as...
So does this happen to just regular humans and like anybody? This can happen to anybody. So it's not just taking over Space Marines, but it could also be just regular humans living amongst these people. What is this? Why don't you come over here and fuck me, Queeman? Literally anyone. So you could just be a regular human and you just get fucked. You just get absolutely fucked and have to suffer this horrible demise. That clip is evil.
And simple as the release of death. The Demonculaba are truly horrific, but not just in the means or manner of birth, but the entire process from start to finish. Originally, they were seen in a vision by the powerful Ultramarines librarian Tigurius, which some speculate was granted to him by the Emperor, who described the bizarre creations appearing to him on a world tasting...
Worse than I Love Poop Orgies? Okay, well listen. I mean, I think saying poop orgies might be a little worse than saying, why don't you come over here and fuck me, Queeman? You know what I mean? I think I can get in a little bit more trouble. One's gay, one is absolutely disgusting.
Trees of demonic flesh rippling with monstrous unnatural life. Dark morticians who would hack at these creatures with blade and saw to pull blood-soaked figures from the wombs. These were the dark mirror image of the Astartes, debased Space Marines. All Tigurius knew was that these abominations must be destroyed. Two Ultramarines, Uriel Ventris and Brother Pausanias, who had broken their faith in the Codex Astartes, were cast out by the Ultramarines and bound by a death oath to seek out the horrors on the planet of Medrengard, home of the traitor legion of the Iron Warriors and the Demonculaba, who were shuttered away in darkness, away from the sight of mankind.
The guardsmen, who are just normal human soldiers, have a life expectancy after they join the guard of 14 to 17 hours. So you join the guard just to die instantly, essentially. Oh. What the fuck?
Now, Chaos Marines like the Night Lords are well known to brutalize human captives to forge links to the warp through their unceasing torment. Sometimes this means literally flaying them alive and various methods of torturous agony drawn out for as long as possible. Here on Medrengard, the Marines found similar nightmares. After their journey to the planet, which I'll make an aside, did have demonic assistance in getting there, they were searching around and exploring the world they found themselves.
Where do I sign
They discovered
up?
a raised platform. It had a grilled surface, the floor around it covered in what appeared to be scraps of flesh and fat, bodily fluids, all manner of remains. Clearly, some harrowing scene had played out here, and they soon were able to guess as to what. They noticed the wind.
A terrible scene, so bad that the floor, like the ground, is just covered in flesh. Fucking human skin. It's just not even like dead bodies. It's just that's what it is. Oh.
Catching huge sheets that were stretched and hooked to raised poles all around the site. These huge sheets, which took the appearance of massive sails, were made from some kind of flesh leather. Bizarre mutated humanoid creatures wearing rubber masks and round glass eye sockets were scraping, curing these strung-up leathers. But the size of these vast leather sheets led the Marines to conclude that they could at least not be human, something they were grateful for knowing. Still, the anger of witnessing such inhuman horrors led the Marines to butcher these mutant animals like the wretched, worthless things that they were, and in moments they lay cut in two, decapitated, or just burning corpse wrecks left into the ground. Yet they noted among the slaughtered remains some of the leathery skins that were being cured lay on the ground as well, and the discomfort rose in them as they saw at the top of the stripped skin hide the features of what had once been a human man, stretched to
I'm pretty sure I remember Counterpoints once using Warhammer as an analogy to connect to human psychology when talking about politics, and you can tell he doesn't fucking understand Warhammer at all. Well, like, I mean, maybe I'm wrong here. Maybe I'm hearing this wrong, but it does kind of like feel, it's kind of like I said, like the chaos feels very similar to like when we talk about like Dante's Inferno and like hell and stuff. Kind of similar to like religious lore. If you look into like religious lore and stuff, I guess. I mean, I'm kind of wrong, obviously, because this is way more gruesome and evil than religion. But I wouldn't consider this close to. I don't even know why you would even talk about politics when it comes to this. A lot of people in Warhammer actually lead normal lives. They can live their whole life and never see anything horrible. But if you lose that genetic lottery and born in the wrong place, you're fucked. Damn. I'd eat Counterpoints. He's very fat, shaped like a turkey.
Disgusting proportions. The thought of how such a form could be achieved and harvested.
This is Warhammer
sickened them
lore,
to their
Ryan.
core. The Marines left the site of horror burning, the promethium from their flamers incinerating the scene behind them that was so foul and offensive to the whole of humanity. The
Oh,
Ultramarines
only
progressed forward on this descent of a journey down into the darkest
Slaanesh
circles of the
is
creations
like
of the war.
Dante's
Their
Inferno?
hatred
Okay.
and desire for vengeance increasing constantly as they thought of the indescribable torment and agony the human individuals who ended up in such a place had to endure at the hands of such foul mutant scum. Soon they came upon another camp. This time they saw living slave humans being marched around into pens, and they appeared to be wearing or covered in baggy hanging robes that were coloured like flesh. However, the Marines soon discovered that these were not robes, but the poor captured humans were in fact naked, and that somehow they'd had the skin of their bodies stretched beyond any normal size.
Oh.
They carried huge folds of skin that hung from their bodies, bellies hung loosely from their ruined skeletal forms, their destination, a platform similar to the one they had seen earlier, where they would undoubtedly be skinned alive. They saw that the
Yucky.
camp was guarded by Iron Warrior traitor Marines and more of the bizarre mutant creatures. After a brief engagement aided by mysterious other Marines, the camp was secured and cleared of the traitors. The slave humans were left wailing and consoling each other as they slumped into the ground, surrounded by their vastly stretched folded skins, and they were a sad, pitiful sight to behold. The mysterious Marines who had aided them in clearing the site were, it turned out, to be renegade Marines. However, it should be said, a renegade Marine need not be corrupted by chaos, but
The Chaos Gods are closely associated with the Seven Deadly Sins, probably because the writers are Christians from the 80s, but it's not that deep. Oh, okay. Slaanesh's realm has 7 circles of temptation, and everyone that goes there eventually falls into one of them. I see. So it's like when you go to this realm, it's like almost damn near impossible to get out of the realm. So, okay. Okay.
those who are corrupted by chaos are deemed by the Imperium
Slunny.
to also be renegades. The two Ultramarines were horrified to discover the renegade Marines had not sought to save the poor human souls that were scattered around the camp sobbing, but simply to come and destroy this place. The renegade explained to them how most humans never survived to reach this stage of skin harvesting, but the ones who did would wish they had not. They were confused as to what function such a place could serve. Even to corrupted Marines, the Renegade's answer was for them to see for themselves. As they entered the darkened warehouses of the camp with its barely functioning lighting, hanging chains and mechanisms that filled the place
So do these so no one can literally get out unless they have like there's a portal or something. It's like the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse: war, death, plague, and famine. I see. So like are these god damn it, what are they called again? Space Marines. Are these Space Marines going to this realm, or is this more of like the people like these chaos demon thingy whatever, these chaos people, like they're going to other realms attempting to get people to attempting to corrupt people? Is that kind of like how it works? Some. Or very powerful magic. Okay. Okay, so like when we say like they're not fighting on this like said place. They're not fighting in this said place because you literally cannot leave. You move through the realm far faster than light trap. Oh, okay. What the hell? What the hell?
Oiled
Okay.
and greased all over. Meshed cages sat atop raised platforms, each filled with a mass of flesh. Pipes and tubing fed into them from sacks hanging above. The air was thick with the stench of human waste and body fluids, and millions of tiny flies were thick as they fed upon the sickly waste.
Oh.
The Marines approached a cage to find something living inside that had once been a man, but to call him such now would be a horrific joke. Bloated, swollen with fat, his skin was shiny like ripened fruit, but paled like a rotting corpse. The man-thing's mouth was clamped open to allow industrial tubing feeding him directly to his stomach. Other wires and bioplugs were dotted around his chest, presumably regulating his organs to prevent him succumbing to death too soon. The limbs were barely recognizable as such as they merged into the mounds of flesh and folds of skin. His eyes were rolled and disconnected. His mind had long been since lost, its ability for rational and conscious thought gone.
Oh.
Other cages were much the same. Men and women held captive, tortured beyond anything the Astartes had ever witnessed before. Some were clearly in a vegetative state, but others were more traumatically clinging still to their consciousness, their eyes locked with the Marines. Even for them, it was enough to make them want to look away from imagining the horror these individuals had endured for unknown lengths of time.
So these Marines are on this. They're in this place. They're like witnessing like the horrors. They're like at this. They're in this realm and they're witnessing the evil horrors. This is the evil belly, the big belly. Fun fact: orcs don't use a cellar field because they want to fight. Jellar? Sliggins, I think you're talking about Caldor. Extremely dangerous, though. If your Jellar field fails, you will get ripped apart by demons. Oh, I see. Marcus, take Halo and just add magic. It'll help. You move through the realm. A planet can be pulled into warps with powerful enough magic. I see. Okay. It's a POV from the Marines for this story. I see. Yes, the Iron Warrior set this factory. Okay.
Women things seemed to have
Oh,
also
my
undergone
belly.
further punishment. Their bellies were heavily scarred, often stitched, as if they had been repeatedly suffering surgery. The
Ugh,
Astartes,
okay.
iron-willed as they were, couldn't look at this any longer, turning
Gross.
away from the visions that would scar their memories, doubtless for decades. They explored further, having already seen so much they needed to uncover what was going on here. More cages held human-like figures, but again, they were parodies of the human form, splayed and stretched, and these figures were hung up, and in contrast to the former, they were unfed, seemingly starving, but tubes were similarly keeping them in a state of undeath.
Ew, so one is like evil belly, and then one is just starved humans, but they're just barely holding on.
Sucking the fat from their bodies. The grim, dark reality of the situation became obvious to the Astartes. These humans were being forcibly fattened so that their bodies would be engorged to the point they might appear to burst, and if they didn't die from this process or the grossly disproportionate levels of fat, they'd then be vacuumed clean, leaving them in a nightmarish state of wearing a foul, hanging skin suit.
Oh, so they do it. Oh, okay, so they do it and then they wring them dry. What the fuck? That's so weird. What the hell? What the hell? So they do all that process, and if so, like, okay, and then they wring them dry and make their skin all floppy.
Paraded outside in a zombie-like state of living before having it cut from their bodies and cured by the bizarre mutant horrors. The Marines were overcome with anger, pity, and revulsion. Who or what could envisage such horrors, and to what purpose could it possibly serve? The renegade Marines were none the wiser and looked on dispassionately, only explaining that the Iron Warriors had built many camps like this. It only mattered that they seemed important to the traitors, and so this is why they sought to destroy them. And as they left this place destroying the site, the Astartes took in the scale of it. At least 24 warehouses, each a place of unending horror for those confined to its torments. They left it burning and retreated to the relative safety of the surrounding mountains of Medrengard. Later, the two Ultramarines would encounter the Renegades' bunker HQ. Some battle-worn Imperial Guardsmen were there, along with many other Astartes. The Guardsmen, though, would reveal that they came from, that's right, Hydra Caudatus, and it was here that, much to the horror of the Ultramarines, they discovered that the Imperial Fist's gene seed had been stored on this world, and that due to the failings of the Imperial Fist to prevent the city from being overrun by the traitors, this previous gene seed material had been stolen by the traitor warsmith Honsu, who would then proceed to...
Technically, Space Marines are immortal. We don't know if they can live forever because they will eventually die in battle. I see. So, like, none of them die from natural causes, mostly just through death in battle. Okay. Blood Angel Chapter Master is like 2,000 years old. He's the oldest Space Marine alive right now. What the hell? 2,000 years old? Bruh. What?
Bring this material along with many thousands.
So you could jump into a warp and come out 5,000 years later, but only experience 5 warps.
He would speak before the collected renegades, attempting to convince them that they should mount an all-out assault upon the fortress city of the Iron Warriors and the warsmith Honsu. He explained to them how it's clear, now that they knew of the theft of the Imperial Fist gene seed, that Honsu, via the Demonculaba, sought to generate a new force of traitor marines, and that this effort must be ended before it could begin. The renegades thought such a mission would be futile and suicidal. Uriel, the former Ultramarines captain, would exclaim that he had no more of a wish to die than any of them. He was the Emperor's servant, and he wanted to live a long life, so that he'd be able to continue bringing death to the enemies of mankind for as many years as he was capable. The renegades were torn between this opportunity to redeem themselves in the eyes of the Emperor and the obviously high odds that were stacked firmly against their success, not to mention that their deaths seemed a foregone conclusion. The Imperial Guardsmen were first to pledge their service before any of the renegade Astartes had the chance, but one by one they stepped up to seize the opportunity to grasp the whisper of a chance to live as they once had, and be who they knew themselves truly to be, to live for the glorious battle in the name of the Emperor and unleash furious vengeance upon those who had poisoned and destroyed this former world of humanity. As they left the bunker to travel to the city of the traitors, they may have been...
By the way, chat, I literally got a notification, like... When did I get this? 9 minutes ago. 9 minutes ago. I was gifted a membership on Queeman.
You don't talk about it.
We're
You
gonna
don't
cover
go
the shot
to
stuff, don't
everybody
worry.
and tell them.
On Queeman's stream? Who gifted it? Who gifted out memberships and why did I get one? Why did I get one? Whoa.
Prove my innocence, and then you let the lawyer.
Whoa.
The lawyer has to come out and say, "Hey, this is bullshit." The lawyer has to say, and why does the lawyer say it? Because
Whoa. Now I'm a member in Queeman's chat. This is kind of cool. Look at that. He heard your offer. Finally, yes? What do you mean, finally, yes? Yes, yes. What do you mean, yes, yes?
Ramshackle bunch of Marines and Guardsmen, but they were now singularly focused and invigorated by their goal to destroy the Demonculaba, slaughter as many Iron Warriors as possible, and kill the warsmith Honsu. They eventually would reach the fortress of Kalan Gol, where it turned out Honsu was fighting something of an internal conflict against fellow warlords of the Iron Warriors. By good fortune for the Renegade Marines, a barrage split open the side of the fortress, enabling to breach its walls, where the former captain of the Ultramarines, Uriel, would engage in close combat with Honsu and other Iron Warriors.
Hater hates Warhammer. As you said, Nate, you said it earlier. Women hate hobbies, man. Epic drama? There's no epic drama. I don't think there's like any drama happening today at all. It's just Cameron stuff. And I guess apparently that purple clown whore had an opinion on something, so now they want to talk about it. I don't know. It's the same shit. It's the same fucking shit we already went over. I just don't want to repeat myself over and over again.
Enough to all make their way inside. The band of Renegade Marines would be nearly overcome as they travelled deeper into the fortress.
It's important to remember that there's no official singular source for all the lore in Warhammer. Everything we know comes from information in all the stories and codex material. I see. The VTuber that likes Cameron. Yeah, that one. What is their name? I don't know what their name is. Yeah, it's the VTuber who likes Cameron or whatever. I'm assuming the VTuber is defending Cameron. But like, I listen, what am I supposed to say? They're bad? They're wrong, right? We've repeated this. I just, that's the only problem. I can check it out for sure tomorrow maybe, but Mama Ocho, yeah. Like I can check it out tomorrow for sure, but you know, today, is that what it is? Is that the name, Mama Ocho? Octo? Let's see. We can definitely check it out. Oko. Oh, they're live right now talking about it. Oh. Oh, yeah, this person's probably... I'm assuming they're just defending him, which we could check it out tomorrow for sure, but like today, I got donators who want to watch Warhammer, all right? I got people in here who want to watch Warhammer, so that's what we're going to do. That fat tittied octo sped and the pseudo intellectual bat pedo. What? Okay, maybe we can get into the lore of her tomorrow.
Chaotic
for
whispers
sure.
Disturbing their minds. The fortress seemed to ever encroach upon them, the deadening sky and the black sun always above them. Shadows crawled over the walls that seemed alive themselves, and they pressed ever more into the dark, claustrophobic streets of the fortress city. They searched for hours, but it was a labyrinth of streets that defied physics and reality. The band of Marines would be nearly entirely slaughtered by an iron warrior known as Onyx, who had been hunting them under the orders of Warsmith Honsu. He would gruesomely tear their spines clean from at least 5 of the Marines before Uriel was temporarily held by Onyx. Another Marine of his band would free him by impaling him through the throat in an attempt to kill the corrupted Chaos Marine, but to no avail.
You know, I'm starting to think that in this world, right? In this world, that maybe you just would rather be dead.
People sending non-consensual or non-solicited vag pics. What are you talking about?
Okay, clearly you have never dealt with crazy 15-year-olds before like I did.
You
okay?
got sent pictures of a 15-year-old's vagina. People sending...
You got sent pictures of a 15-year-old's vagina. I'm sorry, that was pretty good. You've been sent a 15-year-old's vagina.
More of the renegades would die before the filth and waste of the city itself somehow became animated by the chaotic powers that gave it some semblance of life. And under these black waves of filth, they were carried off deeper into Kalan Gol. After a brief interrogation with Honsu, Onyx would drag them into the bowels of Kalan Gol, where they encountered more abominations. Figures stitched together from multiple bodies, faces and eyes replaced with rusting copper gratings who drawled as much as they spoke guttural, rasped distortions that passed for language. They descended in a cage elevator until they reached their destination, as they were to be handed into the care of the savage morticians, to be hacked, experimented upon and generally put through hellish torture. The savage morticians appeared...
Is this accurate representation of... Is this... They have a whole ass game.
Where are the traitors?
They are everywhere, honored brother. Join us, and you may sate your rage and aid our cause.
Lead me to the slaughter.
Onward.
This game looks cool.
Vile sons of knights. Is he here?
He is not.
This game looks super cool. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? This game looks cool as fuck. What the hell? What game is this? I'm so confused. I've never heard of this game before. Space Marine 2? I've literally never heard of this game. Space Marine 1 and 2 are awesome. Holy shit.
Holy terror. We have our chance. Go!
So this is like an accurate representation of a dreadnought. Is a dreadnought like that guy? There's a ton of Warhammer games. Oh, I never even knew. The giant bird in the background is a lord of change. Oh. What the hell? What the hell? Dude, I didn't even know they had games. I thought this was just like a tabletop book thing, kind of like D&D, right? I thought that was just like that. I kind of thought it was like similar in the sense. I didn't realize there was actual games too. A dreadnought is a near dead space marine and a mech that keeps them alive. Ah, okay. When you're ready to move on from Warhammer, I can link you the Corin telling a story of a grown man shitting himself in a Walmart at 32 years old. Oh, I love shitting myself. Poop orgy.
Appeared to be bastardized versions of the Mechanicus as they scuttled around.
This might take up the whole stream, by the way, Nate.
Stilted walking
Just to let you know, this might take up the whole stream.
Blades, surgical instruments, and any number of drills, clamps, and other tools. Their bodies, if they had any at all, were ravaged with repeated surgical wounds, and the cavern was a bizarre
I played the
place filled
iPhone
with
game like a
cages
decade ago.
Similar to those in the camps they saw on the surface, where the flesh creatures, once human,
They're
were
fighting the
fattened and
Chaos
forcibly
God
drained and skinned
Tesnex.
alive. There were many more such cages here, but the room was also awash with what appeared to be surgical tables and associated structures that lay throughout in a discarded, disorganized
This is
fashion.
my
It was
fault.
an unpleasant
All
and
you did, it's funny because all you did was just derailed for me to watch like that silly like Space King. Like it's just silly, like kind of cartoonish. Like kind of cartoonish style, like animated series, and it's turned into this.
foul mess.
Yes, Liggins, do you have information for me?
On Space Marine, yeah. Basically, I'm not going to spoil anything, but basically, Space Marine 1 and 2, you follow the story of a Space Marine named Titus. In the first game, he was like a captain of the Ultramarines, which is a chapter of Space Marines. And then in the second one, you're you just play as him again. You play as him again and you continue his story. It's fucking awesome. And you should get both games because they're amazing.
And then I should play them?
Yes, play them. Oh, Marcus, we gotta play. We gotta play, Marcus. I love Space Marine 2.
You like
I
to
have
play?
over like Marcus, I have over 600 hours on Space Marine 2.
600 hours on Space Marine 2?
Yes, yes, yes. Granted, some of that, like at least 200 of those are me like falling asleep and just like keeping the game running while I was asleep on my PC. But still, over 300 hours of gameplay. I fucking love the game. It's awesome.
Holy
It's
shit.
amazing. Campaign was good. The multiplayer I like, but yeah, you should get the game so you can play, Marcus. Bye bye.
Bye bye. Awesome.
Stench of bodily fluids, blood, waste hung thick through the air. It never seemed to leave them on this world. Onyx and the Iron Warriors handed over the renegades to the savage morticians who dragged away some of the Marines. But Uriel, it seems, was to be given over to the Demonculaba. As one of the renegades cried out what was to happen with them, the barely comprehensible clicking language of these black-robed machine things replied how they were the surgeons of demise, that they would be abacinated and then opened up to be harvested for whatever purposes they saw fit, making their flesh
Come, but
own.
not in the Slanesh
Incidentally,
way.
a bacination is where someone is blinded by the process of having a red-hot piece of metal held before your eyes, or historically this was performed by also using a corrosive chemical such as slaked lime, which would be poured into cups and strapped to someone's face so that the lime would eat away at the eyes. As Uriel was dragged off to his fate, he witnessed only further horror. Stripped down humans, their flesh ruined.
Marcus, you
prisoners
have
sewn
Space
together,
Marines
others
too? I don't have it. What do you mean? I've never touched that game in my entire life. Oh, it was. Oh, I have Space Marines too. I actually I actually have Space Marines too. Thank you, Cryptid, for getting me Space Marine too. Awesome. That's crazy. Now I have Space Marine too. He was like, Marcus, you have Space Marine too. But it's like, oh, we are converting you, Marcus.
Screaming in sheer incomprehensible madness.
This is grooming.
Fluids were being pumped through their
Thank you
skulls
for the game.
whatever
Thank you
purpose,
for it.
bursting out of their
Does
eye
it
sockets.
does it matter which one I play first? Do I have to play the first one, or is playing the second one fine? You know, after the first one. Like, should I play the first one? Mark is getting groomed in real time. I actually am getting groomed. Like, I actually am getting groomed. My wife might want to play it too, chat. My wife might want to play it too. So you guys gotta think about that as well. That does not mean buy her the other. Don't buy her a game. She can play on my computer. You can play the second one without playing the first. Oh, okay. Kinda. You should play the first one to understand the story of Titus. Oh. But it's not really needed to hop into it. It's better if you play Space Marine 1 first, in my opinion. I see. You guys said they're coming out with a remake or a remaster of it. When? When are they coming out with a remaster? June 10th. What if I waited till June 10th and got the remaster? Yes, please. Oh, see, my wife wants to play. The remaster is coming out June 10th. What if I waited till the remaster and then played that and then played the second one as well? It's only the ending you need to worry about for Space Marine 1. Yeah, my wife's getting all excited. Hater, why are you being so mean? What? My wife likes all this. Hater, you gonna hate on her? You gonna hate on her?
Others were being reassembled into new forms with limbs and who knows what attached to them for seemingly no reason. If ever there was a vision of what ancient humanity had called hell, this was certainly it. He was dragged up ramps and between cages, seeing more victims that resembled those from the skin-stretching death camps. But this was not the same. Being dragged along, it was difficult to catch a clear glimpse of what was contained within these cages, until he finally saw what abominations they contained. Horribly bloated, swollen beyond all recognition.
Ling Ling gets 50 plus hours in Sweatshop. Yeah, what if she wants to come home and indulge in this?
Removed to prevent what would have been unending screaming. Unlike the forms they'd seen previously, their bellies rippled and moved. They were large enough to contain something big enough to be a full-grown human, even the size of the Astartes. In horrifying realization, Uriel understood that these were the Demonculaba, and even within they held these new growing forms blended from pure, uncorrupted seed. It was the most harrowing thing Uriel had ever witnessed. All of these endless and unceasing horrors were too much. The compounding misery of fate he'd witnessed, abandonment of so many innocent humans that he'd wanted to save, but left to fates too grisly to ever tell of, the perversion of the corrupted traitors, and now this absolute unceasing nightmare, the agony, the despair, the madness. Uriel himself wept.
It's a 24-hour Sweatshop. She can't leave. You have to FaceTime her.
If he succeeded, would see him restored as an Astartes. He attempted to break free from the strange surgical beast, which was now cutting his armor from his body. His protesting only resulted in being bludgeoned almost unconscious, but staring down through the metal grating that was the floor, he saw conveyors filled with dead traitor Astartes that were being crushed and pulped into a paste-like material. Apparently this was the Iron Warriors' method to repurpose their gene seed, split with that of the Imperial Fist's stolen material, to the Demonculaba as it was fed back through to them. Dragged back to his current situation, he looked around as he saw children being fed into the flesh chambers of the Demonculaba, themselves struggling and crying as they'd be placed in...
So they found the Demonculaba, and so the Demonculaba... So the earlier one wasn't the Demonculaba. The earlier one was just torture. So there was people being filled, then wringed to dry, and then filled, and then wringed to dry. This one is like... This is like a breeding thing. Like, they just turned like a person into like a breeding thing. And it's perpetually stuck in this state. So This is the Damunculaba. This thing is the breed.
Space Marine music video.
Thank you for the $2, Mastermark. Thank you for the 2, Mastermark. What is this? What the fuck? Food? I hungry. You will see what the skin farms are from earlier. For earlier? Okay. Like, see, that fate almost seems like that's the best possible fate, is just getting disintegrated. Just ceasing to exist, just death. Those are Necrons they're fighting. Oh, so the green okay, so the green skeleton, that big like green skeleton thing. The green skeleton. Sorry, I should keep playing it, but that's those things. Okay, Necrons. Yeah, these things right here. Oh, it's the women. It's the women you guys were talking about earlier. The sisters of something. I forgot. Nuns with guns. Do they have any, like, shows? Like, Warhammer shows? Is there anything like that? I love the raspy fried vocals. No. Nothing official. Fan-made short? Yeah, the one you were talking to me about, Lex. It's all fan-made? I see. So it's if it is a show or something, it's all fan-made. Do they ever lump in fan-made stuff? Do they ever include fan-made stuff? Or is that kind of just more like, it's just fan-made, it's just kind of your own thing? Like, has that ever happened where, like, something fan-made has become, like, a part of the actual series, or no? No, they have videos on Warhammer Plus? I see. There are official ones and fan-made, all on Warhammer TV Plus. What? They have a Warhammer TV Plus? Good God. What the hell? Ah, is this... What the hell? Now what is that? Hell yeah! What the hell?
Lord Calgar, Lieutenant, I received your message. Brief me.
Oh, this is from Space Marine 2. Okay, so these are game clips. These are... Wait. These are game clips. This is evil. This is evil. I'm spoiling. You're spoiling. They call him Papa Smurf. I'm supposed to experience this when I play the game, Sligger. Is it not? What the hell? Hired him, apparently, Sliggins. I think he was... Spoilsies. I can't spoil. I'm supposed to experience this when I play the game. There's a Chaos Dreadnought called a Hellbrute. Oh, so even Dreadnoughts can be turned into, like, can be given into the Chaos. Because I thought... So Dreadnoughts are the, like you guys said, like the big mechs where it's, the big mechs where it's like a human that's barely, like, that their only way of not human, but it's like it's one of them. It's one of them, right? But it's like they can only live within the mech, right? Am I wrong? Did I get it wrong? Hater's seething. Hater is seething right now. Hater is just not having it right now. Hater wants like cute little baby things. Space Marine Corps, basically. Yeah, okay, yeah. But it's like it's only able to like kind of function within the big mech.
Inside these hell wombs, where the genetic material of the traitors would twist and corrupt them into newly formed soldiers of the Iron Warriors. Uriel was dragged into the wombs himself now, sutured into place, and he felt the warm darkness surround him. The
It's keeping it alive?
oddities of
Okay.
the Morticians sealed him in, but not before explaining how he would die. Too old to become an Iron Warrior, Gene Seed will rupture your flesh. Mutant.
They put them in a sarcophagus that provides life support and then pop them into a dreadnought. Yeah, it's life support. Yeah, so it's life support and wheelchair and war platform all in one. Think of attaching a minigun to a life support system. Everybody just at once said life support, life support, life support. No, we're not doing a Dandy's World deep dive. That would not be peak. That'd probably be pretty boring, actually. We should watch small animals get annihilated by comically large artillery. What? What? You better do an Animal Crossing lore deep dive next for Hater, Marcus. True. I need to do the lore deep dive of Animal Crossing. That's what I need to do.
Unknown results.
Oh, here. What's up, Captain C? Did you need to explain something here?
Yeah, like Dreadnought is unironically like one of the worst things you can end up as in 40k. Because, like, you think about it this way, you're going from being like this 8-foot tall super soldier, and go into a fight, and suddenly your limbs are blown off, so you have no legs, you have no arms, you're just like a stump. But you don't die. They stuff you in this metal box where you're like, you can't see, you can't feel anything. You have all these tubes hooked up into you, so you're just essentially existing as a sack of like meat suspended in this weird fluid inside a metal box attached to a mech. But that's not even the worst part, is that because the sensation, like the sensory input is so crazy, it'll drive you insane. So they just put them into like a stasis sleep until they need to wake up to fight. So you could have been
So
like,
it's basically just turning like mutilated soldiers into just bigger soldiers to force them to keep fighting even more, kind of thing.
Yeah, but the worst part is that they have to keep them asleep until because if they stay awake, the fact that they're a dreadnought eventually will drive them insane. So they keep them in stasis and keep them like that until they need them for something. So a dreadnought could like spend 3,000 years asleep, get woken up, sent to go fight somewhere, go back to sleep, then wake up again 3,000 years later, and all of his friends
So
he
now
knew were all long dead.
So now you're just kind of this toy almost. You're just here for you're just
Become
used
another
for war.
weapon.
You're just a
taken out
big
when you're
weapon.
needed. Like,
Okay.
But the Marines themselves, they hold the dreadnought. If you become a dreadnought, you're seen like in a very prestigious light because you could be like 10,000 years old, so you have knowledge and experience that no one alive today has, kind of thing. So like dreadnoughts are insanely like venerated by their brothers, and it's seen as a great honor kind of thing. It's one of those things like, yeah, it's great honor that you're a dreadnought, but I wouldn't want to be one. Is kind of like the mentality most Marines have it. They know it's a super prestigious thing. They also knew it's like a new version of Excel kind of thing.
Oh, okay.
But that being said, they understand what a dreadnought is, and so they hold them in very high regard. But at the same time, like I said, they'll wake them up when they need something, then they'll put them back to sleep, and it could be 5,000 years before they wake up again.
Okay. That's so. I mean, it seems to me like everybody's living in perpetual hell. Like, there's not really one good guy. I mean, I guess if it's all seen by like
the premise, well, the majority of 40K is told from the human perspective, just because it's easier to tell that via story. But in the context of the 40K universe, there isn't a quote-unquote good guy faction. Everyone's some kind of messed up in some way. It just depends who you favor for whatever reason, but there's no such thing as a good guy in 40K.
Because I don't know. I mean, it feels a little evil to me. Like, if somebody gets like brutally injured in battle, it's just like, no, you're not done yet. You're gonna keep going. You know what I mean? Like, you just got to keep going until you literally are gone. Like, until you just dead.
But they can't afford to lose such a valuable resource.
I guess that's fair. Yeah, I guess that's fair. Because the whole world is just constantly trying to, everything's trying to kill you.
The entire world around them is so screwed up, you need to be screwed up just to survive in it, kind of thing.
Okay.
Like you can't be a stereotypically, like, good person that wants to put happiness into the world in 40K, because you'll get instantly annihilated. That's why, like, actually, I'm gonna go on a slight tangent here, but you may have noticed that Cryptid and no one's ever mentioned a good Chaos God. I don't know if you noticed that or not, but there's no such thing as a good Chaos God, and there's actually a reason, we think, behind it. It's because something that's like born out of, say, the emotion of love, for example, wouldn't have a concept of violence, therefore wouldn't fight to defend itself. So even if like a god of love was created, they would instantly be like destroyed by the other chaos gods because they wouldn't understand how to protect themselves, kind of thing. So good emotion literally can't really exist in the warp. It has to be like aggressive violence.
Okay. Except for salamanders, is what Sliggin said. Salamanders are so wholesome unless you're an elder child.
Salamanders are wholesome unless you are an elder child. Sliggins is correct. Salamanders are a fan favorite. They're like the good boy chapter.
The rape god is coming for humanity, Marcus. What would you do to stop the rape god?
You never even seen a picture of Slaanesh, have you? You don't even know what they look like.
Yeah, I have not. Slaanesh.
Don't put it on stream though, depending what comes up.
Slaanesh.
There's one image of her with a penis.
What is this thing? It's like tentacles and freakish.
Yeah, it's the god of ecstasy, god of lust, sex.
Is this like is it a woman or a man, or is it just like
it's whatever you want it to be. Whatever gives you more pleasure.
This is the one that Nate was saying is the only technical trans one?
Yes. They've been referred to as the Prince of Pleasure, been referred to as a she, been referred to as a he. It's literally whatever. It's whatever and neither.
Oh. So it's just evil.
It's just
the god of busting. Yeah. The god of busting.
I mean, if you're a god that's born out of an orgy, you're going to be kind of messed in the head.
Poop orgy, that is.
Yeah, it was big party.
Big party.
Well, oh no, but that's the cool thing is that, like, Slaanesh, if you're interested, sometime you should go through, like, not like the timeline of 40K itself, but like of how stuff came out, because when some of this lore stuff happens, like big events happen in the universe, like the community gets into a really big uproar about it because things don't move very fast in terms of like a plot in 40k. 40k is more like a setting to put stuff in, not so much a major story that progresses exactly. If you kind of understand what I'm getting at.
Kinda, yeah.
It's like like you ever seen MASH, that old army
Yeah.
comedy show?
Yeah, I've seen MASH.
Well, MASH is a comedy that uses Vietnam, no, Korea as a setting. That's
Yeah.
basically what Warhammer is. Warhammer is a setting, and you tell stories in it. Like if you read certain books, you can definitely tell that they have structured it to be a certain type of a story, like say Mission Impossible type, like heist type kind of thing, or
Oh, okay.
spy, assassin. But they are setting it in the 40k universe kind of thing.
Okay. So it's like
you can
a shitload of different stories of different perspectives, essentially, is what
Like
you're kind of getting at?
Yeah, basically, like you think of 40k as just a basic giant open world that you can write your own story and put it into it. So if you wanted to make like some big army battle, like Band of Brothers type story, you can write that with the Imperial Guard and set it on some planet in 40k, and it like be happening while other stuff is going on in different places.
Oh, okay. Wait, but I have a question about Slaanesh though.
Yeah.
If she appears as what you want it to appear as, how come people know what she looks like? Because would she not just always appear as what you want her to look like? Or
No, that's exactly. No, you're missing the forest through the trees. That's not what you are looking at. That's not what they look like. That's just what they're saying. This is what I'm saying. Slaanesh looks like for the sake of depicting her in this art kind of thing.
So nobody knows like exactly what Slaanesh like looks
No,
like.
no one knows no one knows what they look like. No one knows what the Emperor looks like either. Not anymore. Think of it this way. You're gonna notice that a lot of the artwork from 40k looks like paintings, like from the Renaissance and stuff.
Uh-huh.
Think of it as the artist that's painting it or making that art is using their own interpretation of what's being described. Like there is official Warhammer art, but a lot of it they say also can be used as an interpretation, because a lot of what's described in 40k, especially stuff with the Emperor, is all told like a lot of it's told.
It's just
from the perspective
hearsay.
of the
It's
past.
like hearsay.
Yeah.
Ah.
Put it this way: the events of the Horus Heresy that are so important, they're 10,000 years in the past from perspective of Warhammer today. So when you talk about the Horus Heresy in the 40k time, like in 40k in the 40th millennium, it's like telling an ancient legend that is essentially like a fairy tale for a kid kind of thing. It's because it's so far removed in terms of history for the people today versus the people in the back.
Okay.
So like the Emperor, like a lot of people, like even for Space Marine, an average citizen like in the Imperium will probably never see a Space Marine, and as far as they are concerned, they're like more like a folktale, something you hear at like a drunken bar from an old ship captain or something. These legendary giant armored warriors that come and fight evil, like that's just a story. Never seen them, never heard of it, kind of thing. Most people in the Imperium never even heard of a Space Marine, let alone seen one.
Huh.
Like all the stuff that you're learning about, to the average like Imperial citizen, this may as well be as fictional to them as it is to us, in terms of like as.
Well, that's kind of interesting then. So it's like all of this is like this is it's like yeah, so we're like reading stories that like an average citizen in the Warhammer like world is reading. So like because there's humans that live in like regular places.
Yeah, there are places in the Imperium, because the Imperium has a million worlds in it. As much as the lore is considered, there's a million worlds recognized in the Imperium. Obviously, we've never seen all of them, but that's just what they say on paper. But there are worlds that they don't even believe aliens exist, because they've never encountered them. They know they're part of some multi-planet government, but they largely just go about their business. Don't even think aliens are real.
Oh, okay.
Because the Empire covers the entire galaxy. So there are parts of the galaxy where there's no war, no threat. So people living on planets there are just going about their daily business, doing whatever. And as far as they're concerned, aliens, yeah, they say they're out there, but who really knows?
Huh. So so there are safe worlds with humans on them where they exist peacefully, and there's no like imminent danger.
Yeah, I'll put it this way: the majority of planets in the Imperium are probably pretty safe in terms of like threats to them. There's probably not much happening there. They're pretty well guarded, pretty well defended, and nothing really goes on. But on the planets where shit is going down, it's going down hard,
Okay.
like full scale kind of thing. But the stories we're seeing, like in all the great climactic battles, that's really like a minority of what's happening in the overall galaxy kind of thing.
Okay. Captain C
It'd
is a
be like-
Warhammer bard IRL.
Like I'll put it to you this way: it'd be like looking at a whole like timeline World War II, and just focusing on like stuff happening in Europe, but there's also all this stuff happening in the Pacific. You just haven't gotten to it yet, but it's all happening all at the same time. You just have to go through and piece it together afterwards. That's kind of what's happening. That's kind of how
Okay.
we learn about stuff.
Okay.
So as you read Warhammer stories, there's always going to be little new pieces of information that you learn about, like a new revelation that, oh, this is how that event actually played out, or oh, this new information colors this old information in a different way. But there's not an official singular like encyclopedia that they put out. That doesn't really exist. You have to go through like all the released material and essentially just piece it together.
You piece it in
from
your mind.
references.
You piece it in your kind of like head.
Like
Is what you're saying.
you know that meme from Sunny in Philadelphia with the corkboard and all the red thread and stuff, the conspiracy whole thing.
Yeah.
Basically, that's what 40K is. You have like these hundreds of books. All of them have information that can all be stitched together to create this giant canvas of like these events and this universe that you're in. But you have to go through. But people like will spend decades going through these books and like piecing all this stuff together.
Okay. Okay, that's kind of cool though. That's kind of interesting. So
Yeah, it's easy to forget, but in the scale of the 40K like galaxy, the stories we see and participate in is like the minority background stuff kind of thing. That's stuff happening way off in the fringes that people probably don't even know about. Most of the galaxy isn't even aware it's happening kind of thing.
Okay. Hater, I like the new profile picture.
Aw, haters.
Haters changing around their profile picture. They didn't like the dog one though. They said the dog one was ugly.
Is that a kitty?
It is. It's a kitty. It's a kitty.
You have one more question though? Did you have one more question?
No, I think I'm all good. My question was the Slaanesh question of like whether or not we even know what she looks like, kind of thing.
But before I go, I did want to put out one more thing. In a lot of the Warhammer material, you're going to see depictions of the Emperor in like this big golden clad armor and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Remember what I told you before, that that's what the Emperor probably looked like, but that's not what he looks like now.
Oh, he doesn't. He looks different now.
Yeah. Oh, I guess you haven't really been explained about the Emperor. Well, the Emperor basically he's stuck on a life support machine that's keeping him alive, but it's been 10,000 years he's been on that thing, and his body is just like withered away. There's an open question whether or not his body even exists anymore, because objectively no one's really seen it. But the Emperor, think of him as like a kind of like a super powerful wizard, so he can project images for people that he wants people to see them as. There's one passage from one book that came out years ago where the Emperor says, "I've had a lot of faces," because he always represents himself differently to who he's talking to, because he has that kind of mental powers. He just like makes himself look how he wants whenever he's talking to someone.
Oh, okay.
So objectively, no one knows what he really looks like or has ever looked like. No one even really knows what his name was, because that's just what they refer to him as, is the Emperor. He's never referred to by an actual name.
Okay.
Everything refers to him as the Emperor or the God Emperor, Emperor of Mankind. He's never referred to by a proper name.
Okay.
And before you ask if you're curious about where he came from, no one really knows
Where the
It's
Emperor
interesting
came from?
because It's interesting because there's lots of different clues that you can piece together that can give you hints, but there's like 2 or 3 major theories about how he came to be, but the official like owners of Warhammer have never directly stated this is how it happened. They're very careful with that. You're going to notice that a lot of things in Warhammer are very not up to interpretation, but just enough that there's more than one way to look at it from. And they do that very much on purpose because, like I said, it's a big information puzzle. You're trying to figure out the story, so you're always finding new pieces to put together. Like there's 2 or 3 different ways the Emperor may have came into existence, or we could be wrong on all of them. We just don't know.
Hearsay detected, or is that hearsay detected?
No,
Actually,
he's saying heresy.
Heresy. Sorry. Heresy detected. The Emperor is a perpetual.
Yeah, a perpetual is basically their term for an immortal person.
Okay.
But it's really interesting and kind of gross how that works, because you think of like Deadpool, that's basically how their system works, but they describe it a lot more graphic kind of thing.
Oh, okay. This guy is sweeping. Vulcan,
Those
the
1,000 psychers sacrificed every day are just doing their duty to the Emperor, and they're glad to be doing it.
That's a lot, though. That's a
Yeah,
1,000 a
that's the
day.
thing. Remember how I told you that the Emperor has his own like a life support system?
Mm-hmm. You need to sacrifice those things.
1,000 psychers are people with magic powers, basically.
You had to sacrifice 1,000 of them a day just to keep the Emperor alive?
So they have to sacrifice 1,000 people every day for the last 10,000 years at minimum to keep the Emperor from dying.
Huh. Psychers are dangerous.
So okay, yeah. So yeah, I said that psychers are basically have magic powers. I was being hyperbolic, but that's basically it. You can wield magic abilities like, lightning fingers and stuff. But to do that, you draw your power from the warp where the Chaos Gods live. That's where you get your magic power from. So when you access the warp to use your magic power, you become a giant signal flare for all kinds of nasty stuff in the warp that's going to come and get you if you're not good enough to stop them.
Okay.
So when you hear psychers and lore about them using crazy magic powers and stuff, they're doing that because they can access power from the warp through their own body.
Okay.
That's basically how their magic works.
Actually, I had one more question. Is Earth in this world even a safe place, or no? Is Earth kind of like screwed?
Safe. If you want to go by safe, it's the safest place in the Imperium, of course. That's where the Emperor himself is. But when I say it's the safest place, how safe is it really? It's been attacked twice, technically, in a major scale attack. And when those attacks happen, it gets the planet gets pretty banged up, but it always manages to pull through. So yes, it is safe, but it's not somewhere you want to be. Terra is like looked at as like almost like it's like a holy site, like I don't know, some holy land for the Imperium, but it exists on the same scale for a lot of people that Atlantis exists for us, some people in the Imperium.
Oh, okay.
So like it's something that you hear about, like, oh yeah, the Holy Land called Terra, like, oh yeah, they say that existed all those years ago, but come on, stories and such.
Wait, so is Terra's Earth, or is
Terra is Earth? Like it straight up is just Earth. They just call it Terra. Because that's just a fantasy trope, is always calling Earth Terra. That's just what we do.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, Master Mark is right. So Terra, obviously Earth isn't like how it is now in 40K. It's like, think of like Coruscant from Star Wars is basically what happened to it, but then put a coating of Mad Max over top of that, and that's basically Terra. A metropolitan, citywide, miserable landscape.
Oh, okay. So it's not like what it looks like now. Like it doesn't look like Earth. It looks evil.
Look up a picture of Terra 40K. Just a general picture, and you'll see what it looks like.
Terra 40K. Oh yeah, it's like desert-like.
Yeah, there's no more natural foliage. Like there's no trees, no oceans.
But yeah, but
no
there
ice
is
caps.
like buildings and people do live there.
It's just
And
the entire planet's one giant city. There's a technical term for it. I don't remember the name, but there's a technical term for it. But yeah, the entire planet's just one gigantic city. Like the Emperor's palace is the Himalayan mountain range. That's where he lives.
There's no water?
There's no natural water on Earth.
Oh, okay.
No trees, no animals, no plants.
Imagine like Cyberpunk
natural-
2077, the city in the middle of a giant wasteland. I see.
But that's the thing. It's because the planet's an industrial city. The pollution caused the greenhouse effect. So like the natural ecosystem of the Earth is long dead.
Skip hive worlds. They boiled away the oceans to make room for more cities.
Yeah,
What the
like
hell?
They did that deliberately because they needed more room.
What?
Oh yeah,
That's evil.
The humans in 40K literally burned away. Well, because it was during the golden age or dark age of technology. They thought that we could always fix it later if we wanted to. We'll just boil away the water for more room for fucking real estate.
What the hell? But water
Yeah.
awesome. But water awesome.
Water is awesome, but now there's no more water.
Interesting.
We have to go find space water.
Yeah, they have to drain it from somewhere else. They have to go get space water.
No, that's the thing. But that's an important. Actually, that's kind of an important thing for you to keep in mind too about how like the Imperium works. That there are planets that are dedicated to a single sole purpose, like in any other science fiction world. So like how Terra is a giant city, basically. They can't grow their own food to feed the entire population or anything like that.
So they got to get it
All their
from
stuff-
another planet.
Yeah, all their stuff is imported. But to get everything, they need to fly through that warp where all the Chaos Gods hang out. So, but here's the crazy thing: the warp does some funky shit with time. Doesn't like to obey time. So there are stories of a ship going into the warp to make a trip that should have taken, say, 6 months, but they come out 600 years later. But to them, it's been like a few days, or a few months. But to the rest of the galaxy, they've been gone for like 600 years. And they just suddenly showed back up.
Huh.
But the crazy thing is, there's no way to predict that. It could just happen on a routine trip. You could literally be an Amazon delivery
So,
guy
and if
going
the
to
Emperor,
deliver
Lex said, and if the Emperor dies, they can't find their way through the war anymore. So
through the warp anymore. Yeah, so
that's
like,
GG
the
for
Emperor-
humanity.
That life support system I told you the Emperor's sitting on, it's hooked up to basically a giant psychic lighthouse that the people who steer a ship through the warp can use to like plot their course. So they need that lighthouse as a reference because they know where Terra is. Therefore, they can chart their voyage, just like any other sailing. But if the Emperor dies completely, that lighthouse goes out, and now you're basically just shooting in the dark as to where you're going when you're traveling through the warp. You could be thinking you're going in one direction, but you're going in the opposite, and never be aware of it till you leave it.
Oh, okay.
So that's why people are okay giving him 1,000 people to eat every day for the last 10,000 years.
Because they like
Because if
he
they
is
don't-
necessary. He's extremely
If
necessary.
they don't, the Astronomicon goes out, and then humanity basically is done for good. So they figured, like, well, we are condemning 1,000 people to die for nothing they've ever done, solely because we can, but we need to, otherwise we're going to fall as a people. So, I mean, that's what I mean. Everything in Warhammer sucks so much, you need to be an asshole to survive, quite literally. If you're a
Huh.
nice person, you'll never survive in Warhammer.
Damn.
That's the thing with a lot of the stuff you're going to see in Warhammer. You're going to see, like, horrific stuff happen, but there's always an argument like, if I don't do it, then we are royally screwed.
So yeah, so you have to make these decisions. You have to do like fucked up
I'll put it to
shit.
you this way, Marcus. There's a group of people called Inquisitors in the Imperium, and they are the only group of people in all of humanity in this universe that can say with absolute authority, I order this planet to be destroyed. Because it will cost more resources to take it back than it would if we just blew it up. And when I say blow up the planet, I mean they will literally condemn a planet to be destroyed if it's deemed like unsalvageable to them. And there
Like
can
even
still be
with people on it and everything? Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, tough shit. Like it's called exterminatus, and it's very rarely done. But yeah, a single person can say, launch a torpedo on this planet, destroy it, and the planet itself will just be broken apart. And billions of people that are still on it, tough luck.
Damn.
Because if we don't destroy this planet, it'll become a resource for the enemy, and we can't let them gain a foothold. So better to destroy it to prevent them from using it than lose it to them.
Damn. Hi, Kanga. Welcome in, Kanga. Evening. Hello. Hello.
But see, that's what I mean, and that's a human doing that, and that's considered objectively a good thing that they did, that they would do that, because, well, you can't let them get all of our resources and all of our manpower. If we can't take it back, we're better off to not let the enemy have it.
Hmm.
And they will argue that, and they'll like, yeah, that argument makes sense. Well done. Congratulate them for condemning billions of people to die because it's better than the alternative.
Why is Warhammer so depressing, Captain C?
Well, see, that's the cool thing about it, Marcus. It doesn't have to be if you don't want it to be. That's the fun thing about Warhammer is that you get into it exactly, you get out of it exactly what you put into it. I like the lore and like the deep story, but there are people that I know that have never even touched the lore. They just like the painting the models. There's other people that I know that love playing just tabletop and will have someone paint the models for them. They just want to play on tabletop, and they've never even read the lore books. They don't really care. They just want to play the game because the game is fun because everything's so extreme.
Huh.
But I prefer the lore aspect of Warhammer. I've never even touched the Warhammer model or played the game.
Because you're not looking at orc lore. Wait, is orc lore like kind of just goofy?
Orcs are the community best boys.
Like
orcs
what
are the funnest faction.
Are they just goofy? Are they just silly goofy?
They are, well, because orcs in official media are always portrayed having this really thick, like Peaky Blinders, EastEnders, British accent with fucked up teeth. But their whole gimmick is that they just want a good fight. That's all they care about. They don't care about anything else. Like, I just want a good scrap. They don't even care if they lose because, hey, we lost. We get to fight them again. This time we're really going to beat them.
Ah, I see.
All they care about is getting into good fights. That's all they want to do. Their entire cult, well, because remember Cryptid told you they were made by the Eldar before? They were made as like a species to be a weapon. Like they were bred to be a warrior race. So after the old ones were wiped out, they devolved over millions of years into the orcs, but they're still that warrior race. They're just driven from their very core to be fighting all the time. And they love every second of it.
Oh, Jimbo. Green orc. Well, are they not green? Are they not like green, like literal orcs?
Yeah, no, they're really green orcs.
Oh, okay. Can British people be patriots? I wouldn't say so. No.
Here's the fun part. They're technically mushrooms. They literally grow from fungus.
I see.
That's how they reproduce. So like they just drop spores everywhere and then they grow. Like that's when I said exterminatus happened. Orcs are a reason it does because once an orc infection takes hold, you can't get rid of it.
The red ones fly faster.
Yeah, that's a cool thing. Like, remember how we were talking about how the warp is beliefs will come true kind of thing?
Yeah.
Well, red's a fast color market, so if I paint my car red, it's going to go faster because it's red, and red's fast.
So wait, if they just believe, so their whole thing is like if they believe in something.
If enough of them are together and they believe something strong enough, it will happen. If you have like a group of them and they have a vehicle without fuel, if they all think there's fuel in the vehicle or it'll run, it will, because they have the will, they have the power to make it happen because they all believe in it and they control the
power of imagination.
Yeah, it's like, so yeah, red goes fast, purple is sneaky. Like if you look at orc technology, it's really just think of like scrap metal stuff just being chucked together that looks like it shouldn't work, but it does because they believe it does.
Huh.
Like think about going down to your scrapyard, building a car from just random shit you had lying around, but you believe it'll work, and it works. That's how the orc technology basically comes together. They just slapped it together, believe it'll work, and it works.
Well, I want to be an orc.
Oh, orcs are the community good boys because they probably out of everyone in 40K, they're having the best time. They just want a good fight.
Are they not like good guys though? Do they do a lot of bad stuff once in a while? Like, are they?
Well, I mean, they want to fight, so they're going to, do the whole conquer a planet, kill everyone thing because that's how it goes in the fight.
I
That's the first
see.
goal. Okay, the orcs aren't acting maliciously. They're literally just doing what they were bred to do. Like an orc war is like just their big campaign of war. It's like a tidal wave. You can't really be mad at it because it's literally just doing what it does.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I was
If a
saying.
large group of them get together and believe something, they become a massive problem. They call the big groups WOG. WOG.
Yeah, that's cool because you'll see that a lot of the orc like language that you can read is really just them mispronouncing words because the joke is their teeth are so screwed up they can't pronounce human language properly. So that's why they sound like freaking tooth British people. That's the joke of it.
Okay.
Well, keep in mind, Warhammer is a British property. It was like made by British dudes, so I think they were just making fun of their own stereotype.
I see. Okay. Okay. There's fucking XP for YouTube chat now? Wait, what? There's XP. How do you figure that out, Sliggins?
That's weird.
Nice little brat for you guys.
I appreciate that.
How do you check that? They talk like this, innit? Whoa? Whoa, what? Where are you guys seeing this chat? XP. Refresh? They just add this?
Like in real time? I don't get it. Where do I see this?
Let me figure this out. Check DM. Community leaderboard. Why is Lex Luthor at #1 by themselves? What the fuck? Community leaderboard. What the fuck, chat?
Where is this, Marcus?
How do I check the leaderboard? Is there a way for me to check this leaderboard?
I don't see anything on
I own you. What?
There was one more thing I wanted to quickly tell you about, Marcus.
What does this mean? I don't even know what it means. I don't know. It says on... Okay, this thing that Sliggins gave me, right? It says community leaderboard. And then below it says you can do it. Keep showing support to make it to the top. Buy a super chat. Is this just like how Twitch has like leaders for like super chats and stuff like that?
Probably what that is. I think you cracked.
Wait, Lex has a crown. Wait, Lex has a crown.
Because they're #1, apparently.
What the? What the hell? Thank you for the $2, Master Mark. I want to be on top. I'm so confused. I'm so confused by this.
Kind of crazy this happened while you were live.
Why is the noise so? Is Captain C? Have you been talking this whole time?
Oh no, I was.
I did not hear a single word you were saying.
Sorry, I must have been.
No, it was my headset. It accidentally turned all the way down. I was wondering. I was like, why am I not? Why hasn't he talked at all?
No, but there's one more group though, Marcus. If I can keep you for one more second. I want to talk to you about one more quick thing before I go. If that's all right with you.
That's okay.
there's one faction in 40k that objectively is probably gonna win. If you ask me, I think they're gonna win like 40k overall, and that's the bug guy, Tyranid. I'm gonna tell you why.
The bug god?
They're called Tyranids. They're bugs,
Okay.
space bugs.
Okay.
But here's why they're gonna win: because all they want to do is eat. They can't be talked to. They can't be reasoned with. They can't like be resisted. They just want to eat and eat and eat and consume everything in sight. Like they will, when I say they consume planets, they'll consume like the minerals out of the planet's crust.
The
That's how
goo
much they're gonna
monsters.
do. Yeah, because everything gets melted down to these big vats of bio fluid and pumped up into these giant ships that are made out of living flesh. Like the ships themselves are life forms that literally just suck the nutrients out of a planet.
Huh.
And they're probably going to win because I need you to paint this picture in your head for a second. Think of the Milky Way galaxy out in space. Now think of like hands coming in from 3 different directions, like above it, below it, and to the side of it. Like something coming in from all around it. That's kind of what the Tyranids are doing. They've invaded the galaxy from different directions coming into it. So the fan theory is that the Tyranid fleet that we are seeing in like the lore right now is like a scout force for the main fleet that's surrounding the galaxy. And they'll eventually just eat the galaxy completely.
Oh. So they're just gonna eat it until it's gone.
That's like the big fan theory. It's not confirmed that's exactly what's happening, but based on where these Tyranid invasions have taken place, they're coming from different areas of the Milky Way from different directions. Like they're coming from above us, from below us, to the side of us. But it's the galaxy, remember, it's huge. So it's not like they're going around it from different areas. They're just coming in from different directions already.
Oh,
The
okay.
galaxy might be literally surrounded by Tyranids completely, and we just aren't aware of it yet.
Oh.
That's one thing that you're going to see about 40k is that it's written so that no one faction should be able to win. The overall like theory, like the Tyranids are never going to invade in mass. The Imperium will never get its stuff together. The Necrons will never awaken in full. The Eldar will never reunite. It's a lot of stalemate with the major plot points of the world. So it's like a state of the world kind of thing, but it moves very slowly. So if you get into it, you'll notice that like the state of Warhammer has like a giant overarching story might stay the same for like 10 years before it moves forward again.
Oh. Oh.
Like the last big update for Warhammer, I think, was probably
Yeah, what if
around
the Tyranids eat each other?
That's the thing. We don't really understand how they interact with each other. They like the Tyranids. Tyranids, as far as lore goes, they don't know a lot about them. They don't know where they came from. They don't know if there is an actual leader that they obey beyond the hive mind. They think the Tyranids are fleeing something, possibly worse than them, so they're running away from it, or they've already eaten everything else in the universe, and the Milky Way is the last galaxy on their menu.
Oh.
But no one knows for certain because there's
Are
no
people
more
trying to
information
figure
about
out where they're from so they can kind of put an end to it?
Oh yeah, people are trying to figure out, but they don't know how to do it. They can't track them effectively. You can't talk to them because they don't communicate with other life.
Okay, so the Tyranids, they know they came from outside the galaxy, and the reason why is because Mr. Emperor, big lighthouse, whoa.
Okay,
And
no, like that did not attract the Tyranids to the galaxy. It was not the Astronomicon.
it was something. It was either that or something
it was
else.
that device that it was that Necron device that they blew up by accident.
Oh yeah, the Necro. Yep, yeah, that thing. Okay, yeah.
that set
Now I
up a
remember.
giant signal flare for the Tyranids. That
And they
tracked
do
them.
eat each other, but only to add back to their biomass, so they can send out more soldiers. But they only eat the dead, pretty much. They pretty much eat the dead Tyranids and add them back to the biomass, because that's what they want. They want biomass. They're basically
Yeah,
the
and
flood.
when the Tyranids are done consuming a planet, the Tyranids on the planet will like throw themselves into basically stomach juice to get melted down and pumped back up to their ship.
Yeah.
They only exist for their purpose, and then once their purpose is done, they are
And
reabsorbed.
one of the most powerful psychers, or a psyker, tried to look into the hive mind of the Tyranids, and it was way too much for them. They were like, "Oh
Yeah,
fuck!
it was like
Oh fuck!"
they instantly burned out. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
Like
yeah, they burnt out pretty much. Yeah.
like looking into a sun with because of the
Yeah.
entire hive mind of all those entities in one giant brain.
So it
So
it's like there's too many of them type of thing, or is he's looking into
It's
like
too many,
all of
and
their...
they adapt and evolve very quickly to whatever shit you throw at them. So if you throw like a DNA bomb or something, or like a fucking
They'll adapt
bomb
to
at
that
them,
in a few
they'll
adapt in a
yep,
few hours,
they'll adapt to it in like a few hours.
and that's probably them taking it slow if we really give them credit for it.
So yeah, large numbers, and they can adapt to pretty much everything. That's why you gotta wipe them out in one fell swoop, because if you don't, they're just gonna keep adapting, and then your world is turning into biomass, buddy. It's over.
The only feasible way they've had to wipe them out is just straight up exterminatus and blowing up the planet that
Yep.
they're on.
Yeah, if they lose them, they just blow them up and they get rid of them. It's fucking insane. And
It
then there
was
was one
Tiberius
time,
by mind, like
and then there was one time that they were like, "Oh fuck," the Imperium was just like, "Oh wait, oh fuck, wait, we got orcs over here. We got a WA going on, and then we also have this Tyranid Hive fleet. Let's
Wog.
lead this WOG. Let's lead this WA.
Oh yeah, the Octarius War.
Yeah, let's lead this WA to the Tyranid Hive fleet. Just let them
Actually,
duke
here,
it out."
let me tell Marcus about that because this helps illustrate my
Yeah,
point about
anyways,
how
I gotta go
Imperium
again. I'm
are
eating more
toxic, guys.
tacos.
More tacos, Jesus.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, no, that whole Octarius War that Sliggins just mentioned, that's the Imperium basically saying like this region of like a few hundred planets, we're essentially going to say you guys are all good as dead and lure all of our enemies into that spot and keep them there, and just leave them to fight amongst themselves, as well as killing all the humans we left there on purpose.
That was the what war was it?
It's called the Octarius War. It's still like ongoing. It's like a containment. It's a containment kind of.
And this is in relation. Wait, sorry. This is in relation to the What are they called again? The Tyranids.
It's the Tyranids and the Orc are fighting each other in this area of space that has humans in it. But the Imperium basically said, we'll just keep the enemies confined to this area of space and let them have it, and just keep them from getting out of it.
Oh, okay.
But all the human planets in there. Oh wait, hold on. I've been corrected. Cryptid is telling me they did win that battle. No, never mind. So the Octarius War,
the Tyranids
failed.
I have won.
So yeah, that whole plan failed. Who didn't see that coming?
Also, Master Mark,
But,
I don't know how the crown thing works, and I apologize. You did donate too, so if you want to use that too for something, you can. You could do like two songs.
You can get back to your video, Marcus. Bye. Love you.
All right. Thank you. Bye. Bye. Love you. Bye. Holy shit. This is a lot of lore, man. My brain's getting a little overfilled. A little bit filled up. We're probably going to only have time to be able to get done with like one of these videos. So I might have to come back to it today or tomorrow. Probably tomorrow. Tomorrow's stream will be longer, so we'll have more time to get to this stuff, and I'll have more time to game and watch it at the same time.
Folds of soft, blubbery flesh were covered over him, and he was trapped in a nightmare. Pulsating things shifted all around him. Numbness spreading through his body, he became unconscious as he heard the friction of long threads stitching his surrounding womb shut. Meanwhile, the other renegade marines were being clamped in place and dismembered. They learned that the skins that they'd seen being prepared on the mountains were used to clothe the newly birthed marines of the Demonculaba who were born without skin of their own. They would have this stretched flesh leather wrapped and stitched around them before becoming new Iron Warriors, and the unfleshed mutants they'd seen in the same place were the failed newborns from the process of the Demonculaba. Most were reprocessed into material to be refed to the birthing monsters, but those who somehow survived struggled on, banished into the wastelands, where they scavenged like animals to survive, some employed by the Iron Warriors in the skin preparation camps. The renegade Marines cursed their abominable captors, but to no reaction or interest. Uriel by now was already struggling with his own lucid dreams confined to his living tomb. Opening his eyes up only caused them to be flooded by stinging fluids all around him. He could feel umbilicals invading his body, burrowing into him to connect with his nervous system. He was enveloped by amniotic jelly that poured into his mouth if he tried to scream, and he struggled, but his sutures held him fast, stitched to the flesh floor of this entrapment. An ever-pulsating, dizzying headache filled his mind, and his vision entirely blurred. He knew he couldn't have long before he had not enough strength to struggle, perhaps little conscious thought even. The pulsating thudding of circulation ringing in his ears, he was beginning to be unable to differentiate the sounds and feelings of his own body with that which he'd been forcibly connected with. He had to escape. He thrust upward, and somehow his hand burst through the stitching taut skin of his flesh prison. The horror of this act in and of itself was hard enough to stomach, but as he battled to be free, ripping and tearing himself from the fat, the organic threads connected to him, and the inevitable pain he must have been inflicting on his host, it was enough to make him feel a sense of madness. He pulled himself out, vomiting the jelly-like fluids that had poured into him. He was in a foul state. The air, while rancid and acrid, seemed clean and fresh to him after the claustrophobic, suffocating cell of his living incarceration. Fighting off a mutant guard who came rushing in a panic, unexpecting to see the Astartes bursting out from the Demonculaba, he dodged and disarmed, killing them with ease, but only to then collapse into coughing, weeping, enraged, screaming. The entire ordeal was breaking him, but upon hearing the screams of his fellow renegade Marines, he set off to rush to their aid, for they were still suffering at the hands of their murderous captain.
So he like escaped, but he's like, is he just like not like no more skin? Is he like no more skin at this point? This encourages spamming.
Uriel leapt to join in an assault already begun by his brother Ultramarine and a former Raven Guard. The bizarre morticians of the Dark Mechanicus had already been partially battered into submission. Uriel finished the job despite his blurry, weakened state of mind. While the renegade Raven Guard abandoned them to save his own life, the two Ultramarines sought to free whoever was left alive, including two severely traumatized guardsmen. Their only way out of the hellish world...
My wife is number one now. Look at her. She's number one on the board. What the hell is happening, dude? I don't know why they added this. I don't know why they added this, man. This is bleak. This is so...
waste and pulped afterbirth, as well as the aborted Astartes, and so they waded through the tunnels flying with body parts and rotting material. They rushed in the vain hope of escape to the outside, but more bizarre mechanical morticians were after them. As the tunnel continued to descend, they soon lost their footing and were being flushed down through the fetid, stinging stream of liquid. They were swept over a colossal waterfall of disposed organics, dead-eyed half-bodies, pulped flesh, and despite fighting to escape it, Uriel was carried over the edge. Somehow they had weathered the ordeal of jagged rocks and a torrent of body parts dragging them down, but the Imperial Guard sergeant had been severely wounded and was now cradled by his colonel. Both of them by now held the respect of the Astartes, but it was a sorrowful state they found themselves in. But regardless, now was not the time for melancholy. They needed to get out of here. The Iron Warrior warsmith Honsu was more than incensed by their escape. The Dark Morticians were even more bemused about how Uriel had managed to tear himself free, yet even as they spoke, the Demonculaba, despite having no voice, still managed a distorted wailing as it was apparently ready to birth one of its offspring. The Mortician cut at its cracking, bleeding wound as a heavy blood-soaked thing poured out unceremoniously onto the grated metal floor. Shivering and coated with stinging residue, the Dark Mortician held the skinless man-child thing aloft. He would be wrapped in mortal skin and clothed by a betraying Iron Warrior's armor. He was now a newborn Chaos Space Marine. The Renegades, though, had now been surrounded by the Unfleshed. Their fate had seemed all but sealed, except that a larger failed birth thing that Uriel himself titled Lord of the Unfleshed, who seemed more conscious and competent judging by his accompanying figures, had the strength of a dreadnought and crushingly held up Uriel. The thing declared that he had the taste and the scent of the mother, and seemingly this was enough to convince these other odd, discarded, fleshless humanoids that the Marines were much like themselves, failed experiments cast down from the Demonculaba chamber. They were led to the nest of the fleshless things, whereupon they discovered only more misery. Of twisted, ruined flesh things, some in a state of consciousness, others comatose and dying. They were deformed beyond recognition, and some dragged themselves around here and there. Others lay in rusting pools of fluid, unable to...
This is gross. Yuck. Look at you guys fighting. Look at you guys fighting over the goddamn...
Audi real.
Abby, thank you for the 25. Abby, thank you for the 25. That's crazy. We've been sitting here talking about Warhammer all day. And then we get derailed.
The hands being bound, and then we saw the duct tape, and we knew that whatever or whoever had done this, it was something we weren't used to dealing with.
50 states, 50 disturbing stories, 7 layers. This is an iceberg made of the most disturbing
Leadership
things
board
that
is
happen
tearing
in
us apart.
every
It
US
is.
state. We'll start with some of the most well-known stories.
That lady,
and
I know that
slowly
lady.
dig into some of the most horrific stories.
Oh,
you've
what is
ever heard
that?
of. Let's start at the tip of the iceberg.
Oh, I know what that is. That's like that's that haunted house thing that one guy took way too far. Like, you were supposed to sign like waivers before you go into it because you could like die.
Level 1, New Mexico, Roswell. In June 1947, rancher W.W. Mac Brazel discovered some strange debris scattered across his New Mexico property near Roswell. Lightweight, metallic fragments, balsa wood, and tinfoil-like material. He immediately
McCanny
alerted
Manor.
authorities,
Yeah, McCanny
prompting
Manor.
Roswell Army Airfield personnel to retrieve the wreckage. On July 8th, the Air Force announced the recovery of a flying disc, igniting global speculation as to what exactly that meant. Within just 24 hours, those same officials reversed course, claiming it was nothing more than a crashed weather balloon. A story that held for decades. But decades later, witnesses emerged with contradictory accounts. Retired Major Jesse Marcel, who oversaw the initial recovery, insisted in the 1970s that the debris was not of this Earth, and then the military staged photos with balloon materials to hide the truth from the public. Other witnesses described a larger crash site with alien bodies, small, hairless humanoids, which were allegedly transported to Area 51. But skeptics dismissed these as
Now my chat is just filled with spamming. You guys are letting it tear you apart. You guys are just spamming now just so you can get a crown.
I need the crown.
You guys are fighting over a crown. Over a worthless crown.
Era experiments, such as Project Mogul, a classified program using high-altitude
Jimbo
balloons
cheese.
to detect Soviet nuclear tests. The U.S. Air Force's 1997 report of the incident said that the alien bodies were actually just parachute test dummies dropped in the 1950s. Yet gaps in the story
Hi, Puddle.
are still unexplained and might never be answered.
Oh my god. Warhammer over? Yeah, Abby derailed it. I have to at least finish these two because these were videos I was derailed into. But I might only be able to get it finish the rest of them up tomorrow. I might do it while I game because I might get on the server and game and watch these while I'm on stream tomorrow. But and same thing with this one. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do this one for the full stream. We might have to come back to it tomorrow.
Arkansas, the Duggars. In 2008, TLC aired a
Oh, I know
reality
this one.
show, 19 Kids and Counting, which introduced the world to
One of
the
them's a
Duggars,
rapist or
family of
something.
devout
One of the kids is like a pedophile or a rapist or something, right? Oh my god.
independent Baptists from Arkansas. The show portrayed their life with 19 children under strict religious principles rooted in the Institute and Basic Life Principles, and it was a hit. Jim Bob and Michelle Duggar soon leveraged their huge platform to advocate for conservative political.
Ban Riraw and Big Aaron for 5 minutes both so I can.
Abby wants to win now.
My banana puddle.
Circle of Destruction on both of those Warhammer videos.
It's gone. She doesn't have a crown anymore. I can't find Big Aaron actually. Where's Big Aaron at? Big Aaron said he gives up, he's raped. Killed videos. Thank you for the 20 puddle. Thank you for the 20 puddle. Those videos have been killed. I love Aaron's smiles. Wait, why is Abby killed? Why is Abby killed? Don't kill Abby. Abby's safe. Abby's in protection. Why did Abby get killed? No, Abby's supposed to live. Abby's supposed to live.
Political causes they believed in, including campaigns against LGBTQ+ rights. in
Circle of
Arkansas.
Destruction on those
But
Warhammer
behind this
videos.
curated image, their eldest son Josh had a secret. He had murdered 5 minors between 2000.
Yes, that's what he did. Yes, he molested minors. Yes.
2003, including 4 sisters aged between 5 and 11.
Okay.
All while his parents concealed the abuse and sent him to an unlicensed religious training program.
Yeah, that's what
The
they
case
did.
had actually gone to police years earlier in 2006, but the investigation was derailed when Jim Bob and Michelle refused to cooperate. When the statutes of limitation expired, authorities ultimately dropped the case, allowing them to get away with it. Until 2015.
Hater, what do you want me to watch? I can't watch Warhammer stuff even though it's donated to watch. I can't watch true crime even though it's donated to watch. We can't watch anything. It's all just, no, you can't watch that. Can we please not watch this? Can we please watch something else? Can I please watch children getting raped, actually? That's what I want to watch.
In Touch Weekly exposed the police report revealing Josh's crimes and the Duggars cover-up and prompting TLC to cancel 19 Kids and Counting. Unwilling to let their empire fall, the Duggars attempted a rebrand with the spin-off Counting On, but Josh's 2021 federal conviction for possessing child sexual abuse materials, for which he's currently serving a 12-year prison sentence, ended the franchise entirely. But the Duggars had more trouble to come. Former family members, including daughter Jill Duggar, alleged financial exploitation and emotional manipulation.
How do you have that many kids and not have some fucked up poo-tang? That poo-tang's got to be looser than... I don't even know what's that loose. I can't even think of anything looser than that woman's fucking poo-tang. All right? You push out that many fucking babies. Yeah, they're coming for the crown, dude. They want the crown. People are fucking... are blinded by power.
I'm crying. I want the crowd. Kidding.
Evil.
Tied to the reality TV
Yeah, this was
enterprise.
donated.
And internal IBLP documents and survivor accounts subsequently revealed systemic
After
abuse.
this video derailed to this https://youtube.be/jzzcv3 I'm 0 question mark c equals 5 nearly 3 dash j16 m3g baby bro can talk but has to turn off the lights and set screen to black.
Actually derailed now. So wait, I have to, after this video, derail to https://youtube.be/jzzcv3 EILM0 question mark SI equal 5NRIE ... Baby bro can talk, but has to turn off the lights and set screen to black. Okay. Okay. Let's figure this out. So is it supposed to be, you want me to be like this? You want it to be like this?
My banana puddle.
Sorry Abby, we can come back to this video. In case you forgot baby bro, it's https://youtube.be/jzzcv3 I'm 0 question mark c equals 5 nearly 3 dash j16 m3g.
Sorry, Abby, we can come back to this video. In case you forgot, baby bro, it's... Thanks for the 10, Puddle Sucker. Thank you. Yes. Yes, I'm aware. It is in fact, yes, it is in fact https://youtube.be/jzzcv3EILM0 question mark SI equals 5NRIE ... Yes. Puddle is number 1. Okay, I have it turned up. Okay. You have to dono a lot to get number 1. I think that's what it is. I think Puddle has got his way to number 1 through the donations. This leaderboard thing is just encouraging a bunch of spam. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, you're out of the ranking. Better get to donating. Don't actually donate. Dude, wait until I stopped oiling to do this. YouTube is against me. True, Nate. They literally booted it up just now. Cryptid donated a lot a while ago, and he's not even on the boards. They waited. Oh my god, here's Stormy to spam. For the crown. For the crown. Wow, this is so relaxing. God damn it, now they're doing N-word towers. The whole chat is gone. So much spamming. Now hold on, the video is getting interesting. Hold on, chat. The video is getting interesting. I can't put down the crown. I can't put down the crown. I prefer this. Of course Hater prefers the black screen with just the sound. You know what? Thank you for the 20, Puddle. Answer what question? Burger. Burger. From the Good Place. No, from the Good Place. The burger place. Thank you for the 20, by the way, Puddle. I'm really enjoying... Chungus. Burger or wing? Oh, that's a good question. I love wings. Oh, I love wings. Chad, what should I get? Burger or wings? Thank you for the $10, Abby. Thank you for the $10, Abby. Smoked wing every time. Wangs. Okay, here, hold up, chat. Let's see what the chat has to say. Let's see what they have to pick on. Have you ever had smoked burger? Maybe? Maybe? This is really relaxing right now. Oh shit. Oh shit, Burger's making a comeback. Burger's making a oh my goodness, Burger made a massive comeback. Thank you, by the way, for all the donations. Thank you, Puddle. Thank you, Abby. Thank you. Thank you guys so much for the donations. You guys are very kind. Boba. Yeah, Boba. Vote wings and all of your dreams will come true. How about this, chat? How about she gets burger, I get wing, and then we share. And then I can have both. What's the burger? Oh yeah, we're doing that. Oh yeah. Hender's rape wings? I don't know about that, man.
40.
Oh, Wings won anyways. Wings made a comeback. Wings swept. Wings absolutely made a sweep. This is frying my brain. Holy shit.
301 redact block 7144. 300 Marshall 170 25 Angel 10. Effective push time 3 4 push button 15. 300 Marshall 1.
Peacefully sleeping to this. This is Mrow's bit. Is this Mrow's bit? The noises and everything? I spilled water. Onion rings, onion rings, onion rings. Onion rings, onion rings, onion rings, onion rings. Fuck you, baby bro's bit now. Yeah, this is my bit. What do you mean? This is my bit. This isn't Mrow bit. This is my bit. Get used to it, buddy. Crown Monkey War. Monkey War. Monkey War. Why hasn't Abby gotten there? Abby's still 6th. Why is Abby not up on the boards when Abby's been donating, bro? YouTube is scamming people. YouTube is literally scamming people.
Chicken jockey.
YouTube is trolling right now. Yeah, YouTube's trying to throw my community against each other. Circle of protection.
Chicken jockey.
Thank you for the 10 puddle. Circle of protection on this bit. It's an epic bit. Oh yeah, dude. Chicken jockey.
Chicken jockey.
The night still young. You live by the gun, you gon' die by the gun. Ain't no hidden dots for nobody. When they ain't had shit, they ain't offer me nothing. When I'm quiet, I be thinking about killing.
Chicken jockey.
This is your proof. I'll be here through the bitch of my chillings. And money, don't worry, we raise the guns. We survive. It hurt me not being able to give what you want. Since I was a child, shout out to my pops, father, free game, everything ever told me. Stuck in my brain, real OG steady, seem like make a change. Tears right there, seen so much pain.
Stir it up, music. Imagine being a new viewer dropping by and you hear Monkey War and just Marcus PNG bopping up and down. Puddle's just trying to get me to scare everybody off. Like Subdono, like Subdono.
Chicken jockey.
Why isn't it letting me see my chat normally? I think I broke stream. I think my stream is broken. I have to undo the pin.
Chicken jockey. Chicken jockey.
Whoa, that was quick. This must be what the end times is like. I'm back from the store. I got a kitty. I'm so happy. Chicken jockey. I can't imagine telling people that this is what I do to make money. Hey, you want to see what I do to make money?
Chicken jockey.
Is that werewolf in the background? It is. Hi, Ryan. Welcome in. Hi, Puddle. What do you want to see? I can't even hear Puddle. I can't even hear him. Oh, okay, Puddle. Here, I'll share my screen.
Chicken jockey. Chicken jockey. So true, Puddle. True, Puddle. You tell him, Puddle.
Baby broke. September 11th, 2001.
You can hear the poop being thrown.
Chicken jockey.
Chicken jockey.
Chicken jockey.
Chicken jockey.
Yeah, this is what I like to do.
Chicken jockey.
Chicken Jackie.
Chicken jockey. Everyone complaining about no content. Explain this.
Chicken jockey.
Chicken jockey.
Chicken jockey. Chicken jockey.
Chicken jockey. I don't even know what this sounds like in everyone's ears. Chicken jockey. Not good. The question is, how long does it go on for?
Chicken jockey.
Chicken jockey. Oh, Puddle left. 5 hours. You better lock in. Yeah, I guess I gotta lock in. You know what? With the amount of shit that I have gone through, I can handle this. I can handle this. I can handle it. Okay, I'm done, Smiles. What does that mean? On today's episode of March Baby, we measure the Negroid skull shape. Oh my god. Oh my god, dude. We can go back to Abby video.
704 departure, radar contact.
Whoa. Whoa. All of a sudden, everything's normal again. What the hell? Oh, that's the old one. Oh, that's the old one. Now the question is, how do I make myself small? How do I make myself small again is the real question. Holy fuck. That was a lot to take in. That was a hefty amount to take in. that was a lot. Now we're peaceful and serene. I will move around slowly. That was like a soothing thing. It was like soothing. It was nice for my ears, and I got to relax. That was like entry-level Monkey War, just saying. I feel like I've been reprogrammed. My brain is oatmeal after that.
Use patterns within the organization the Duggars promoted. So, all around, they were in some shady company. Utah, Ted Bundy. In 1974,
Oh, Ted
pattern
Bundy.
emerged across the Pacific Northwest. Young women, often
My
college
ride
students
score went
with
up 20
long, dark
points
hair,
from that.
vanished after encounters with a charming man named Ted. Witnesses described a Volkswagen Beetle and a suspect feigning injuries to exploit victims' empathy. This man was Ted Bundy, now recognized as one of the most notorious serial killers in American history. After relocating to Utah in 1975, Bundy was arrested following a traffic stop that uncovered handcuffs, ropes, and a ski mask, all tools linked to kidnapping. Given the extensive number of women disappearing after their encounters with him, he had no defense. But even though he was convicted of aggravated
All
kidnapping,
women.
he escaped Colorado custody twice in 1977, fleeing to Florida. There, in January 1978, he infiltrated a
Ted Bundy
Florida
was so
State
base. Hamilton?
University sorority
Possibly.
house, bludgeoning and strangling 2 students and assaulting 2 others. Hours later, he attacked another student, leaving her permanently disabled. He simply could not stop. His spree came to an end weeks later with the abduction of 12-year-old Kimberly Leach, whom he raped and murdered. His stolen vehicle.
I mean,
led to
yeah,
his
I mean,
final
yeah,
arrest in
I'd imagine that
Pensacola,
probably
where
happened, yeah.
Forensic evidence sealed his conviction for the sorority murders. By the time of his 1989 execution, he had confessed to 30 killings, though experts speculate the true toll exceeded 100. Ohio. Oxford Lights.
Oxford
A long time
Lights.
ago in Oxford, Ohio, a farmer's daughter had
Oh,
a
is this
boyfriend,
the-
but her father didn't approve
that
of
alien
him or
story?
their relationship.
Is Oxford Lights the one where the farm, like the what is it called? It's like the whole thing when like an alien ship makes a message in the farm or whatever with the grass or whatever. I don't even
He
know.
forbade her from going to see him, but she couldn't resist.
Or is this something
So
completely
the couple
different?
came up with a signal, a 3-flash light, to coordinate their late-night meetings. But the girl's father found out what was going on and crashed the meeting.
Crop
In a
circle,
panic
yeah.
To get away, the boyfriend tried to speed away on his motorcycle, only to crash into a barbed wire fence, which decapitated him.
What the?
Decades later, it said that people at the intersection of Old Milford and Earhart Road can encounter the restless spirit of that boy. Supposedly, when people park at the intersection and flash their car lights 3 times, they can wait to see a distinct orb-like glow that approaches before vanishing. Some witnesses also have described other things, like faint screams, floating red lights resembling bike reflectors, or brief appearances of emergency vehicle flares. The incident has never been confirmed, but the ritual persists as a local tradition, particularly among students. who
No,
want to
no,
see
Ryan,
the phantom
don't
bike
fall for what
shows up.
they're trying. They're falling for power. Everyone with a crown, they did it because they want power. And you know what? The people who got the crown, the 3 people who have the crown, they don't spam. All right, they're patient. They wait. All right? But the spammers didn't get anything, Ryan.
Kansas. Tornadoes.
What?
On May 4th, 2007, a 1.7 mile wide EF5 tornado
Just
with
a regular
205
tornado?
mile-per-hour winds obliterated 95% of Greensburg, Kansas, marking the first EF5 rated
Rip
tornado
Kansas.
in history under the newly implemented enhanced Fujita scale. At 9:45 p.m., the storm hit, leveling 1,400 homes and businesses, killing 11 people and injuring 63. Survivors described scenes resembling a bomb blast, with neighborhoods reduced to debris fields and critical infrastructure like hospitals severely damaged. The damage was so intense that it
Chicken
forced
jockey.
Greensburg to redevelop itself into a model of sustainability, with rebuilt energy-efficient structures and a community-led green initiative. Yet, while this EF5 was a historic meteorological milestone, it wasn't the state's deadliest tornado. That remains the 1955 Udall F5, which killed 80 people in
Oh my god, chat, wait, hold on. Community leader in XP. What's the leaderboard? A place for fans to stand out in the community. The top 3 get special badges in live chat. It resets every stream, so you can always try again. How do you get on the leaderboard? You'll need to collect experience points or XP. Here's how you get them. Send live chat messages, send super chats and super stickers. But that's what they've been doing, and it's janky because Abby donated and they didn't get anything. Lex hasn't donated a single fucking thing, and Lex is number 3? This is evil. This is evil. What? Last place is Master Mark, and he donated specifically to get on the board. What the hell? What the hell? Let's see where Zach is at. Let me see where Zach is at really quick. Zach is 7. Yeah, Zach is 7. Abby 6th. Big Aaron 5th. Wife 4th. Lex 3rd. 2nd Cryptid. 1st is Puddle. 8th is Stormy. 9th is Nate. 10th is Hater. And then Ryan Thomas sitting outside in 11th. 12th is Sliggins. Jimbo in 13. 14 is TM Ben. 15 is Captain C. 16 is Benzin. And 17 is Master Mark.
In 3 minutes, without even a slight warning, the EF5
Even
gave
my
residents
sub is
26
gifted.
minutes to evacuate, but it wasn't enough to ensure the
Dude, Lex
safety.
just gets to have whatever they want. Maybe it detects
Level
spam.
2. Michigan, Jimmy Hoffa.
Jimmy Hoffa?
Hoffa rose from a Detroit warehouse worker to president of the International
Wife,
Brotherhood
wife,
of
stop
Teamsters by
encouraging that.
1957. But he quickly used his
Yeah, you
power
need to
for
chat more, I
improper
think. But I think it needs to be full
While leading the
sentences, like
union, he
words.
forged
I
a
don't think
series
like
of alliances
one
with
let.
organized
I don't think
crimes
like one letter
and
works.
corporate opposition. Within a matter of years, the Teamsters Pension Fund became a $1.5 billion financial tool for mob-backed Las Vegas casino projects.
What?
But it was all about to come crashing down. In 1957, Hoffa was summoned before the Senate on a bribery charge, a case that was intensified under Attorney General Robert F. Kennedy's Get Hoffa campaign. Everybody wanted him in prison, and he was running out of ways to avoid it. He was ultimately convicted in 1964 of jury tampering and pension fund fraud, serving 5 years before President Nixon
How
commuted
did Ben
his
just
sentence
get?
in 1971.
See, I think that's. Oh wait, Lex is number 1 now. Lex is 1. Ben is 2, and 3 is Puddle. I think it works this way. I think spamming it doesn't recognize spam. Dude, that is so evil that it refunding. What the fuck? Why is Lex 1? I think you have to actually say like sentence words, like engage. You can't just say like one letter and hope to get like stuff out of it. You have to actually say stuff.
And then he vanished.
Is it in your playlist, Hater?
On July 30th, 1975, Hoffa vanished from a Bloomfield Township, Michigan restaurant parking lot. He was there for a meeting with Detroit mob figure Anthony Giancolone and New Jersey crime boss Anthony Provenzano. Witnesses saw him pacing near his car, which was found unlocked and abandoned the next morning. The Anthonys were both suspects in his presumed murder. The FBI has always believed that the Mafia ordered his killing to prevent his attempted Teamster comeback, fearing he'd expose their control of union funds. Despite decades of searches, including a 2022
Jesus.
at a New Jersey landfill, no physical evidence has surfaced. Hoffa was declared legally dead in 1982, but what happened remains a mystery. Alaska, Portlock Ghost Town. In 1950, the former cannery and mining settlement of Portlock, Alaska was losing a lot of residents. The town was becoming abandoned, and all because of decades of creepy things. Back in the early 1900s, the town was new, but by 1905, a
Heavy
group
is
of
the
Native
crown.
Alaskan cannery workers
This is what
temporarily
you
fled
asked
due to
for.
an
Heavy
unspecified
is the
threat in
crown.
the surrounding forests. Nobody knows what they saw, but it creeped them out enough to want to get the hell out of there. By the 1930s, more reports
Yeah, Ben
came
somehow
and
is
they were
1.
escalating. A logger named
Ben unironically just said, wait, do I need to say things? Do I need to say more things in chat? And then randomly YouTube goes, oh, here you go. Have the crown. Like, what? What? How does this thing work? How does this crown work? I don't understand. YouTube, fix your shit before you post anything. This doesn't make any sense.
Andrew Kamluck was found dead in 1931 with a fatal head injury inflicted by equipment far too heavy for a human to wield. His body was discovered just 10 feet away from the blood-stained machinery. Hunters were already in the woods looking for moose, and they claimed to have discovered 18-inch humanoid footprints. and signs of a violent struggle in the brush. Now, everyone was convinced there was a sinister creature on the loose, which the locals called Nantinaq, a Sasquatch-like figure. The 1940s continued the trend with mutilated
YouTube
bodies
hates
appearing
Monkey
in
War.
nearby lagoons, including a hunter
True.
whose
Why do they hate
dismembered
Monkey War so
remains
much?
Showed injuries consistent with bear attacks. One fisherman described seeing a towering, hairy figure on a beach that stared him down before retreating into the wilderness. By 1950, the constant killings and disappearances took its toll on the locals. They wanted out. Nearly all residents relocated to neighboring villages, leaving only the postmaster until the
Now everybody's typing like like literal sentences in chat. God damn it. No. No. Fuck. Hater, we can watch that video tomorrow for sure. We gotta get through some of this, man. These are donated, so I gotta get through this one. At least I want to try to get through at least like 30 minutes of this before I have to get off, because I do have to eat, and then I do have to eat my food, and then on top of that, I do need to go. Okay, I do need to go. Because my wife does need to study, and she has to study in the same room as me, and when I stream, I'm too loud, so she can't focus. So I kind of have to do that for her. The fact you have to oh my goodness. Just knocked down by Benson. Look, Benson got in by spamming, but Aaron's dropped. Aaron is somehow dropped, even though Benson is Mr. Baby. Dude, it's impossible to read all of this. It's impossible to read all of this. How am I supposed to read this? This guy sounds very interesting to chew on the left side, and other one that you have to work, and then kind of get to the rubric and get innocent. And I don't want you are a big help, and even more. This guy sounds very interesting, but he's very good about the way he is going. And the way it works is the most powerful thing in the world is that the only thing he has to be a good man for now. The fact that you have a lot to say, the most to the person, is the most beautiful thing. To do a few years back in time, and in couple issues with a few people I know I have been working with for a while. The way he cries at the end of the day was a good one, buddy. And he was a little bit of a solely self-interested mind. Are not there by accident, and I'm not paying attention to the rubric of my own. If I could see if you could help an attorney to find a job, if your opinion that could help, you get a vibe, you get the vibe, you are good with the rest, 52.29, you are a good thing, and you make a difference. Mr. Baby is a standout YouTube streamer known for his contagious enthusiasm and top-tier content. His streams are a perfect mix of entertainment, skill, and community interaction. Every session feels personal as he consistently delivers high energy moments and keeps his audience locked in from start to finish. Benson, I heard you're gay, which gay is okay. I support you because gay is okay, and I'm coming for your crown. Watch out, buddy. I'm chicken jockeying to your house, and so cool soon. Cut so cute. So far away from the ocean city, the name as the time you have a good time for me to come over and over again and get new one is going to be good day for you and your family. A lot of people are you and your family. I can't even get Benson's words in. I'm trying to read Benson's and everybody's. Hello, every Chenran. How you feeling better today? Or next time, Gam Gam. Or next time, Gam Gam is the only thing that matters. Of the kids are 24, and other one in AG4L for another week, and one and none, and not the best day for you and your. How do I need a place for a while, and now do I have a special day off, and will not have a chance for me this weekend, and will not have a chance for the next day yet, but will let me in it on, but will let me in on that as. Get the innocent, I can go back and see what happens when you come back and get same as Static Shock, and you can get it back on your computer as Static Shock, and you will be using the new. We're no strangers to love, you know the rules, and so do I. Full commitments, what I am thinking of You wouldn't get this from any other guy. I just wanted to tell you how I'm feeling. Gotta make. Jesus. Now he's speaking German. Dutch, if you will. Be sure I can make sure that I am able to. Holy fucking shit, I can't read it. I can't read it. It's impossible. And Aaron isn't even moving, by the way. Jimbo isn't even on the top. Jimbo has gone down in the rankings, and Aaron has gone, just stayed at the same spot, and they're still doing this. Hey, Mira, it's always a pleasure to have you around. Your vibe brings such a positive and refreshing energy to the space, whether you're jumping into the conversation or just chilling. Thanks always. Did Mira say something? Why is there a Bulbasaur at level -1? Oh, Mira, restart the game. Mira, restart. It's a different Pokemon. Sometimes it does that when you load in. Just exit out and re-enter, and it should fix itself. Xylee and the other way I was to get the innocent and the good people was what they were the most of us, and they were all the time they had been in a place that had no real reason for it was that. Keep me updated with your plans for your next year, and I'll let me to work on that one, and I'll see what this works for now. So we will have to... So we will... What? So we will have to make a few more tweaks to make it look better than what we were. No one knows what dark deal the Emperor made with the Chaos Gods, but everything knows the failed to keep his end if the bargaining angering the Chaos Gods, so they cast suns across the galaxy. Goon Morning to the Moon is a little late for the first day, and the last one was a lot to me. And you could come over to my place and see my rad score. I think so. You don't want to send me the money. Marcus, we need to get on Howard about how this works. It's so stupid because my chat's trying so hard to get the crown. But they're either spamming just a bunch of like one letters, or now they're just moved on to... Now they've just completely moved on to just saying big sentences. There is no number one. Why is there no number one? Dude. This Hoot Hoot is green. Yeah, it's a special Hoot Hoot. Oh, wait a minute. Hoot shiny. No, it is not a shiny Hoot Hoot. It's just a green Hoot Hoot. I think I'm gonna retire. I hate this. What do you mean, Puddle? What are you retiring from? I'm so lost by everything that is happening in chat, man. Oh, look, Benzen's number 2 at least. They managed to obtain it. I don't know how the fuck the community thing works, man. I'm gonna be brutally honest. I don't know how it works.
Have long claimed that the town's isolation from Alaska Route 1 was the primary cause of abandonment, but survivors maintained that something in the woods drove them out. They just don't know what.
Big Aaron's number 1 now.
Betty and Barney Hill. Betty and Barney Hill,
It's just
a couple
dystopian.
from Portsmouth, New Hampshire, were driving home from a Canadian vacation on September 19th, 1961. As they drove through the White Mountains, they saw a bright, erratic light tracking their car. It became so confusing and distracting that they eventually stopped to investigate fully, but that's when Barney saw a disc-shaped craft. According to him, he saw humanoid figures in uniforms.
Yes, hater.
watching
Yes,
them
hater.
from
I
nothing.
understand.
And that was enough for them to flee back to the car in a panic.
I already have it pulled
When they
up on the
arrived
side,
home,
but
it
I'm
was
probably not
5
going to get to
a.m.,
it today, hater.
but given when they left, traffic and other circumstances,
Why don't you put it in your
they
playlist?
should
I'll
have
play it
arrived
tomorrow.
At 2 a.m. Somehow, they lost 2 hours of time. Then, they noticed Betty's torn dress, Barney's scuffed shoes, and the unexplained circles on their car. For the next month, Betty reported vivid dreams of being examined by gray-skinned beings so realistic they felt like memories. The couple underwent hypnosis with a psychiatrist.
I will play the video. It looks interesting, but probably tomorrow when we have time, because I don't have time today. I thought I could start banning. No, it's okay, hater. It's okay. It's okay as long as you did 10 seconds. You didn't do longer than that, right? We'll probably get to the video tomorrow. Just make sure to put in your playlist, because I have your playlist saved. So I check your playlist whenever I don't have anything.
2 years later, when they described
Do it,
being
hater.
left
Ban
aboard
them.
a spaceship,
They took my
separated and
crown.
subjected to medical tests, including skin scrapings, needle probes, and a pregnancy test. Betty claimed the beings showed her a star map, which one astronomer later interpreted as the Zeta Reticuli system. Their case spurred a 2,500% increase
Patriot
in
orders.
abduction reports and remains a critical piece of evidence in UFO circles. Montana, Blackfeet Flood. In early
Blackfeet
June
flood.
1964, a storm system collided with Montana's late-season mountain snowpack, triggering catastrophic flooding across the state.
Flooding in Montana? Wait, does that happen? Wait, Puddle would know. Puddle would know. Does that happen, Puddle? Montana? I can't believe I let Monkey War stop to be treated like this. That happens? Flooding? Oh, okay. Flooding happens in Montana, I guess. I didn't even realize that.
Snowfall and below-average temperatures meant that the snow didn't melt, saturating the soil. A rare storm dumped up to 13 inches of rain on top, creating a deluge that overwhelmed Swift and Two Medicine dams. Both Earth-based structures built in
Whenever I got a friggin'
1912,
piss.
causing both to collapse. Residents received no formal warnings of what was coming. The phone lines failed, and radio alerts came too late. Swift Dam's 10:10 a.m. breach unleashed a 40-foot wall of water that swept through the Blackfeet reservation communities before they even knew what was going on. Entire families were caught in the surge as homes disintegrated.
Oh, that's
31
crazy.
people died, including 19 from a single extended family. The flood destroyed over 260 homes, washed out bridges, and stranded survivors without supplies for days, with 20% of Montana affected. Butch Newbreast, then 14, lost his parents and toddler sister in the disaster. Their bodies were never recovered. Now in his 70s, Newbreast often rides Birch Creek's banks near the former dam site, scanning the eroded landscape for traces of his family.
Dude, Zach is doing the fucking big
Pennsylvania,
sentences.
Centralia. On May 27, 1962, the thriving coal mining community of Centralia, Pennsylvania, had its worst day.
I like how a serial killer is like less evil than like just a natural flood.
During a routine landfill cleanup, a controlled trash fire ignited an exposed coal seam beneath the site. Despite their best efforts to contain it, the fire spread through the abandoned mine tunnels, fueled by an estimated 25 million tons of coal. It would continue to burn for years, threatening the peace of the 1,500 residents. By the 1970s, the fire caused hazardous conditions including ground subsidence, toxic gas emissions, and sinkholes. And then came the health issues. Air quality tests revealed dangerous carbon monoxide levels, and a 1986 health study linked residents' respiratory issues, hypertension, and chronic stress to the fire. The fire was never going to stop, and it was only making everybody sick. The U.S.
Whatever, dude. Whatever, dude. Whatever, dude. I thought I'd be nice. I thought I'd be nice. And it didn't. Wow. Whatever, dude.
U.S. government
Abby has circle of protection. Abby has circle of protection. There's no number one anymore.
With most accepting buyouts by 1984. By 1991, Pennsylvania invoked eminent domain, condemning properties and reducing the population from 1,000 to 63. And by 2020, only 5 residents remained in a town that nobody could even get to. Today, overgrown streets and cracked asphalt mark the abandoned town, with steam vents and skeletal trees lining the homes of former residents.
Wait, what? So you can't even enter the town? So you can't go in or out of the town, and they can't like fix it? So this town is just abandoned?
Experts have
What?
projected the fire could burn for 250 years, making the likelihood of more residents low.
Oh, so there are...
Connecticut,
Okay.
First witch execution. On May 26,
First witch?
1647, Ulsa Young of Windsor, Connecticut, became the first recorded person.
Marcus, help. Chat, she's asking me for help. I'm 3. I need help with the food. Chat, what do I do? I don't know what she needs help with. I'm 1. I'm 3. I'm 1. I'm 3. I'm 1. Chat, I'm going to go help my wife real quick. Just sit here and be nice to each other. Talk to each other, all right? Have a good time with each other. God damn it, chat. I'm wearing like some really old shorts right now, like gym shorts. And the waist is just, it doesn't fit me because I'm not fat as fuck. And I tried coming back to the room and carrying the food and they just completely fell off. I mean, I'll just be brutally honest with you. They just fell off. Like they just fell down. They just fell down. Bark, Marcus, bark. Oh, oh, oh.
Executed for witchcraft in the American colonies. At the time, a deadly influenza outbreak had devastated Windsor, killing numerous children, including those near her home. It's believed that her childless woman status, which really just meant that she only had a daughter and not a son, as well as her potential inheritance rights to her husband's property, made her a target. The local community believed she was a witch guilty of the epidemic, and she had to be punished accordingly.
I'm done being
Connecticut's
evil.
1642 law used biblical passages to...
No, I have underwear on, Ryan. So no, I apologize, but my cock was safely inside of my it's safely protected.
Justify and mandate death for witchcraft.
Can I ban for a minute?
Despite absolutely
Hey, listen,
no
whatever the
evidence.
Patriots want.
So when that May Day came, also was hanged before her peers despite her pleas for mercy. 3 decades later, Alsa's daughter, Alice Young Beeman, faced witchcraft accusations of her own in Springfield, Massachusetts. Her husband had died, and locals immediately accused her of continuing her mother's alleged work. Alice wasn't hanged, but only because her son successfully sued for defamation, barely preventing formal charges. Centuries later, Windsor's town council unanimously exonerated Alsa Young and other witches, citing the injustice of the trials. She was later pardoned of all her alleged crimes. Hawaii. Volcanoes. In November 1790, Hawaii.
Did they spell volcanoes incorrectly?
Active volcanoes ignited a violent explosive eruption which generated pyroclastic.
Did it spell volcanoes incorrectly?
She was later pardoned of all her alleged crimes. Hawaii.
Is that like, am I tripping? That's just not how you spell volcanoes. That's not how you spell volcanoes.
V-O-L, not V-A-L.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
Volcanoes. In November 1790, Hawaii's Kilauea, one of the world's most active volcanoes, ignited a violent explosive eruption which generated pyroclastic surges, hot, fast-moving mixtures of gas and volcanic debris that killed between 400 and 800 people. The victims were mostly Hawaiian warriors.
Blue has the most fire types out of the rest of Pokedex holders in Kanto. Yeah, wait, but no. Because doesn't red... Well, this is the Adventures manga, so it doesn't apply, huh? I do have to get off pretty soon. Val Canoes.
By 1919, their footprints were discovered preserved in ash near the summit. To this day, it remains the highest death toll from any volcanic event in U.S. history. But Kilauea was not a one and done. Throughout the 19th and 20th centuries, Kilauea's eruptions shifted to lava flows, but they still killed. In 1924, an explosive...
Well, yeah, I'd imagine a volcano could kill somebody. Yeah, probably, actually, yeah.
One person. The 1990 eruption obliterated 100 homes, a church, and a historic black sand beach. The 2018 eruption destroyed 716 homes, Hawaii's largest freshwater lake, and reshaped coastal communities in the surrounding area. The volcano has never been dormant, and while it has never been as violent as that November day in 1790, locals are convinced it's only a matter
It's gonna happen again eventually.
California, the Zodiac. On December 20th, 1968, teenagers Betty Lou Jensen
The Zodiac Killer.
were at a lover's lane in Northern California.
It's more than that.
Approached them and shot them dead in their cars. Just 7 months later, Darlene Ferrin was killed, with Michael Majou surviving multiple gunshot wounds in a similar ambush. Police were already struggling to make sense of the case, but then the killer came forward, calling the police to claim responsibility and introduce himself as the Zodiac Killer. The killer continued his violent crime spree over the next year, with survivors only being able to recall one detail. He was wearing a hood.
Hater, you being evil. Hater and Puddle are like conspiring.
Investigators and journalists were working together to solve the mystery, but the killer was taunting them, sending cryptic ciphers and pieces of evidence that gave only small hints. The letters claimed responsibility for 37 murders, though only 7 confirmed victims survived or died in his attacks. For decades, FBI and police have tried to solve the case and have routinely failed to find any concrete links. The case is still classified as active to this day, with multiple ciphers still unsolved.
I mean, yeah.
North Carolina.
We gave up on it, right? I think we gave up on the Zodiac Killer's ciphers, right? Essentially, they just let the public have access to it so that if someday someone figures it out, they can. But we still haven't figured it out. I think we recently figured out something, right? I'm pretty sure we recently figured out, someone figured out like a part of it. Anyone with a crown is a pedophile. Uh-oh, my wife is a pedophile. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. My wife wants to fuck kids. Oh God.
Carolina, Blackbeard. On November 22nd, 1718, British Royal Navy Lieutenant Robert Maynard was finally ready to ambush the pirate Edward Teach, known as Blackbeard, on the water near Ocracoke Island, North Carolina. Maynard's two ships, the Jane
If we
and
get
the
to level
Ranger,
3, that's when
cornered
we'll end.
Blackbeard's vessel Queen Anne's Revenge at dawn. But Blackbeard was not one to go down without a fight. When he realized what was going on, Blackbeard immediately opened fire with a broadside, forcing the Ranger onto a sandbar and preventing
Mark is at the very bottom, by the way. Mark does not want to fuck kids.
on board the Jane, concealing most of his 35-man crew below decks, hoping to stage an ambush against the most feared pirate on the open sea.
Circle protection on Happy and Big Aaron.
Blackbeard hurled grenades onto the Jane before leading 14 pirates aboard, exactly according to Maynard's plan. On cue, Maynard's hidden armada erupted from the hold, launching a closed quarters melee. Blackbeard sustained 5 gunshot wounds and over 20 blade injuries during the 6-minute fight before collapsing dead. The most intimidating pirate had fallen. Maynard severed Blackbeard's head, suspending it from the Jane's bowsprit as proof of his victory. The grisly trophy was later displayed on a pole at Hampton's river entrance for years to ward off.
I couldn't get a good burp out, but I feel the one coming eventually.
Blackbeard's headless corpse was thrown overboard. Legends claiming it circled the ship 7 times before sinking.
Mods have the
Today, it
abilities
said-
to reset XP? What? Is that a thing? Is that serious?
that parts of the sunken Queen Anne's Revenge are still being found. New York, Amityville Horror House.
Oh yeah, there we go.
November 13th, 1974. Ronald
I feel
DeFeo
like a
Jr.
bloom.
shot and killed his parents, 2 brothers, and 2 sisters. in
I know the
his
Amityville
New
stuff.
York home at 112 Ocean Avenue. The victims were found face down in their beds, each struck by .35 caliber rifle fire between 3 and 3:30 a.m. When police questioned him, DeFeo initially claimed a mob hitman committed the murder, but he changed his story within a day, confessing, "Once I started, I just couldn't stop." In 1975, he was convicted of 6 counts of second-degree murder and sentenced to 25 years to life. But 13 months after George and Kathy Lutz purchased the house for $80,000, and they soon came to regret it. They started experiencing unexplained phenomena, including waking at 3:15 a.m., the time of the DeFeo killings, seeing green slime oozing from walls.
Oh, I like it when
levitating
green
objects, and
slime
encountering a
oozes from
single
my walls.
entity their daughter called Jody.
Mm.
The family called in a priest to bless the house, but the priest allegedly heard a voice demanding he leave. The family lived in that house for just 28 days before detailing their story in a book, The Amityville Horror, which later inspired films and documentaries. It's not known if their story
I don't think
was
I've ever
true.
watched. I think I watched
House
one movie
continues to
that was the
draw
Amityville
curiosity,
horror. I don't know which one it was though. There's like multiple.
And if you're curious to see more disturbing icebergs like this one,
I
just
got no
hit that
bacon on my
like and
burger?
subscribe
What?
Button and we'll make it happen.
Does it come with
Level
bacon?
3.
Oh, level 3. Perfect. We got through it. We'll have to continue this tomorrow. Tomorrow we should have a little bit of a longer stream. And maybe not as many distractions today like we had today. We had a lot of derailing today. There was plenty of donations. By the way, I am very grateful for the amount of donations that were given out today. All right, chat. I'm very grateful for the amount of donations. So we're going to make sure we finish up these derails. All right. We're going to finish up these derails. This is the last thing you see before you get slimed out in Arizona. Like we had like a 2-hour war. It was a 3 hours. Cryptid. It was 3 hour derail. We didn't get done with the Warhammer derail until I want to say 3 hours and 30 minutes. And then we finally went into more. Then we went into the puddle derail. We went into this, which took us a little bit of time. And then we went into the puddle derail. Actually, the more I think about it, that derail might have been 4 hours. Because I don't think we were on this for a full hour. And puddles maybe was 30 minutes. And Monkey War. Yes, and Monkey War. Don't forget the Monkey War. But I'm going to send you guys over to Dickers. He's the only other guy live right now. We'll make sure to finish up our derails tomorrow. We'll get through all of it. I'll probably watch it while I game on the server. So if you guys want to get on the server while I'm there tomorrow, you guys can. We might up the server to run better with more people because we might open the server to $5 like end of next month. So we might want to get that prepped and ready. You didn't even see my Aggron? I haven't seen your Aggron. I'm going to see it though, eventually. Probably not right now. Maybe tonight if I get on tonight to play. If you're on tonight, obviously. But I'm going to send you guys over to Dickers, all right? I appreciate all the donations. Very kind of you guys today. All right, and then I'll see you guys tomorrow for a little longer stream, less issues, and then Friday is going to be members only. Do you think you'd add land claim blocks? We should probably... I can talk to my friend about adding it, for sure. We're going to get all that stuff set up. Like, okay. I'm saying bye, and then I'm talking again. This is what I mean by like you guys get early access. The server should be completely finished, as in we have everything set up. Special NPCs should be set up, right? Special command blocks should be set up. People having abilities to do specific things, like having your own like claimed chest and claimed land, should be set up. And then we'll open up the server to the other people. Then we'll have the server open up to the other people. Essentially, that's what the idea is. But you guys get to play. Before we actually open it up to the $5 memberships, possibly even in future memberships, or like I might add like an extra one that allows you access, but it might be like more. I was thinking of adding either like an $8 member or a 20. I'm split between the two. I don't know. Like not an $8 member, sorry. I don't know what I'm talking about. Just let me figure it out, okay? Let me figure out my fucking memberships. Rouse live? Oh, that's perfect. Dude, he just went live? I can actually switch. Good thing I talked. Good thing I talked for a little bit, chat. Because now I can raid Rao, who just went live. So he'll be live for a while. He'll give you guys some content. He'll give you guys some content for the rest of the night. That's perfect. All right. I'm gonna send you guys over to Rao, okay? All right. Bye.